Because you can, we'd like to welcome retired United States Air Force Lieutenant General Wendy Masiello. Lieutenant General Masiello served for 36 years in the United States Air Force as a procurement and contract management officer. In her outstanding and honorable years of service, a few of her assignments were as an instructor at the Air Force Institute of Technology, Chief of the Advanced Medium Range Air-to-Air Missile Contracting Division, Principal Assistant for Contracting Forces in Iraq and Afghanistan, and as the Director of the Defense Contract Management Agency. Lieutenant General Masiello is a Texas Tech graduate and has been recognized as a distinguished alum for her achievements both in and outside of the United States Air Force. Lieutenant General Wendy Masiello has a wealth of knowledge and experiences from her time in the Air Force. Her sacrifices for this nation will never be forgotten, and you, the viewer, will leave this interview with entirely new perspectives and appreciations for not only our military, but you will also gain insightful knowledge as to how the U.S. military, and particularly the Air Force, are able to operate from a foundational level. Without further ado, here is Lieutenant General Wendy Masiello. Thank you for joining us today. On behalf of myself and the Because You Can organization, it's definitely an honor to have you joining with us today and taking time out of your day to do it. So before we get started with the questions, if you wouldn't mind just providing a brief overview of your career in the Air Force, kind of what you did, how you get started, and then after that, we'll get into the questions.
Okay, Jackson, that could take forever, but my name's Wendy Masiello, and I grew up in Lubbock, Texas, and began my interest in Air Force through the Air Force ROTC program at Texas Tech University. In my junior year, I was stopped by one of the officers from the ROTC detachment who said, I think you ought to take the Air Force officers qualifying test. Never thought about doing that, but came back to the school, and 36 years later, it was probably a pretty good suggestion that came from the Air Force cadre there at the ROTC detachment. I spent 36 years in the Air Force, primarily in the acquisition career field, which means that I bought stuff that not only are there people flying satellites and flying jets and aircraft, but there is a cadre in our Air Force that buys stuff and provides whatever it is our airmen need to work from day to day and to provide national security tools for the United States. And that's what I did. I worked and bought everything from missiles to satellites to the people who provide advice to our program offices to information technology. And I spent 6 months over in Iraq with responsibility for contracting during Desert Storm in Iraq and Afghanistan. And in that environment, I bought stuff to keep the soldiers and the Marine Corps fed and staffed and capable of performing their duties while they were in a country far away from home. So it was a very eclectic career. As you go through your Air Force program, you have opportunities to go to school, which I did. I had opportunities to lead as a commander, which I did at Edwards Air Force Base. I was a commander for Edwards Air Force Base, which is one of our test bases in the United States Air Force. And my responsibility was for the Air Base Wing. So I took care of the roads and the schools and the houses and the communications capability and the fire departments and all those things like a mayor would run for a city. So that was a pretty cool job.
Yeah.
And then, as you get to your senior years, you end up spending a lot of time in big offices, and I did that a lot. In the end, I led Air Force contracting at the end, working out of the Pentagon. And my last job was as Director for Defense Contract Management Agency, which DCMA, which is that DoD defense agency that has responsibility for all of the contracts that are let for the Department of Defense. And we actually work in the plants where the work is being done. So we'll work at a Lockheed facility, or we'll work at a Boeing facility, or we'll work with Raytheon, or we'll work with BAE, wherever it is that they're producing products that will be delivered to our United States, and in some cases, foreign customers. We make sure they live up to the commitments they made in the contracts that they signed, and hopefully keep them on schedule and delivering on time.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, that is definitely a lot. That's very impressive. That's an incredible 36 years. Yes,
Thanks.
That's amazing.
Thanks,
So we're just going to loop back from there to the beginning of all of that, mainly about your time in ROTC at Texas Tech. So kind of what inspired you? I know you kind of touched upon it a little bit at the beginning, but what inspired you to join ROTC, and then what eventually inspired you to continue that ROTC and earn your commission as a second lieutenant in the Air Force?
Yeah, I love this story. When I was at Tech, one of the things I lived and worked at, well, let me put it this way. I lived at home while I went to Tech. So I wanted to find ways to get back to campus, to get involved in college life in a way that I might not have been able to because I never lived on the campus. And one of those avenues was what was an organization called Angel Flight. It was a service organization that supported the Air Force ROTC, and even supported at the time Air Force Base, which was an Air Force training base right there near Lubbock.
Yeah.
And I ended up loving it. And not only did I participate as a service person, so we would, be hostesses for them or help them do, money raising events or whatever it was that the ROTC unit did. And one of those was actually cleaning up the stadium after football games. So we would get up on Sunday mornings and clean the stadium, but it was fun, believe it or not. I loved it. And as I mentioned to you earlier, it was a Friday in spring of my junior year, and one of the officers from the detachment stopped me and said, "Wendy, we think you should come and take this test this afternoon." I'm going, "But why would I do that?" And they go, "Because we think you'd be a really great Air Force officer." And I'm going, "Well, I've got to work." I drove to work, and I walked in, talked to my boss. I said, "I've got to go back and take this test." And here I am, here I was 36 years later. It was the best piece of advice. But I think the thing that really pushed me over the edge was when you're growing up in a community, and at the time, I was one of very few women that were involved, and the schools were pretty just receiving women, and sometimes you felt like nobody ever saw you. Mm-hmm. But for me, that experience it was like the first time somebody saw me and said, "You're worth something." Mm-hmm. And that was so meaningful at that time in my life. And that type of encouragement for a young woman who really didn't know whether she had anything to offer was encouraged that way, that said, "Yeah, you do. And we think you should try this." And that was the beginning of what became a passion for me.
That's incredible. That's amazing. Yes. No, I hadn't really thought about that at the time, although I definitely should have, especially the involvement, and even now recently, kind of the integration, especially in other services like roles like the infantry and other kind of boots on the ground, the integrating, and how that's kind of taken a lot longer than it should have, and kind of the impact and the challenges that everybody's faced going through that. So, but that is incredible, definitely. And so going off of ROTC, kind of leaping there, how do ROTC programs, or how did your ROTC program in particular impact you or help you as a junior officer? What are the things that they do while you're enrolled in ROTC to kind of develop you into that junior role?
Okay. Well, so the good news is I already knew how to make my bed, but they'll teach you how to make a bed when you go to ROTC, when you go to summer camp. But you learn a lot about people, because one of the things you do, or at least we did, was we would do drills, and we would just learn how to work as a team. And you did that by doing drills and marching and all that kind of stuff in the time. I don't know if they do it now, but it was a great way of learning how to work as a unit and as a team, and how to communicate clearly. And those were all opportunities to practice leadership skills. When I was in ROTC, my last semester, I was the commander for the ROTC unit. So you find yourself making decisions about people's livelihoods, even in ROTC. And it's not livelihood, it's really an academic environment. But to put yourself through that mental exercise of thinking about judging and how to clearly articulate what you expect from someone, those are in order to be recognized or be promoted, even in ROTC ranks. Mm-hmm. That is exactly what you end up doing as an officer. And And so not only do you learn basic skills, but for me, it also became an encouragement. Somebody said, you're worthwhile. And when you go in with that level of confidence, with somebody having said, you're good at this, I think you'll be great, just keep going. You walk into that new environment as a young officer with a confidence that you might not normally have had. And it because you've been able to demonstrate skills that are needed in those environments already.
Absolutely, yes. That's very helpful and special of thanks. I think even now, doing just the usual research, I think they have like summer leadership programs now too, where you'll be even like taking the role of an enlisted sailor or being an enlisted airman or things like that to kind of give you experience. So that definitely seems like the confidence builder and developing leadership skills necessary. So that definitely seems like a big leg up.
We're all different. So the key is, how do you work with different people? Because people look at things differently, they react differently, and your job as a leader is to make sure you've communicated clearly with all those different types of people in the different ways they hear, and the different ways they think. How do you motivate very different types of people?
Absolutely, yes. Yep, that's a big one, especially as far as kind of developing your leadership style there, having the time where it's not necessarily a pressured environment to figure that out. Yes. All right. So now going off of that, as your role as an officer, I know this can be pretty broad, so feel free to address it how you may, and you already kind of touched about it briefly in your intro, but what was your role as an acquisition and logistics officer? I know you kind of talked about how your responsibility is making sure that the pilots have the fuel to take off or the weapons to use in the first place, or the simulators and everything. So kind of what was your role, just as an acquisition / logistics officer?
Okay, so it all started at what was, believe it or not, my first job in the Air Force wasn't even at an Air Force base. It was at a General Electric Space Systems plant in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, of all places. In fact, when I was in our OTC, nobody knew where King of Prussia was, and they had to call San Antonio and say, where are you sending this young lady? But it was fascinating. There were 7 military members. There were about 50 civilians, and our job was, just as I finished my career, I started out working in the plant, learning about production, learning about quality, learning about ship making, learning about assembly and production, and learning how to price it all. How do you even determine what it's going to cost? Right. Understanding things like overheads and learning profit and the business part of bringing things to the table for our airmen. And it was a fascinating experience. So I started there, and then I actually taught for a while. I taught price analysis, and I got my master's degree at the Air Force Institute of Technology right out of my first assignment, and I stayed and taught. And then I went and did my first contracting in Los Angeles Air Force Base, and I bought satellite payloads, and I did launch integration, ran launch ranges where we launched satellites into orbit. It was a super cool experience. And I would say probably my most meaningful, because it was the one that I spent the most time doing. So even today, space is really dear to me as we look to what the future is. Absolutely. Then, I spent what I did was negotiate. I would look at what the pricings were, figure out whether it made sense or not, and then I'd work with the contractors and try to negotiate a better price, make sure we understood what we were buying. And that's essentially what I did in anything from whether it was space or aircraft or missiles. Bought AMRAAM missiles when I was down at Eglin Air Force Base. Was involved with pre-tanker activity when I was in Dayton, Ohio at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and then spent a lot of time dealing with those issues at the Pentagon, going to Congress. And the higher up you go in your career, the different types of people you interface with. So I had the opportunity to go and talk to congressional staffers, congressional representatives about what it is that we were buying. I had the opportunity to kind of reset what was called services acquisition. That's where we bought people to help us do things like maintenance on our aircraft, or do training for us, for our pilots, or even come in and clean our hospitals and our buildings. Those are called service contracts. And we spend, in the government, we spend over half our money buying services contracts. And so we were trying to put some new attention on that and had a chance to stand up an organization with a whole new thought process on how to do that, and spent a lot of time talking to Congress about what does that look like, what are we doing, and getting support from them and my leadership in Department of Defense. So it was just a whole range of experiences, and I already shared with you actually supporting the Marine Corps and the Army over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And in Afghanistan, I was there in 2005 to 2006, and in 2005 was a huge earthquake in Pakistan. And when that occurred, we sent a humanitarian team in from Afghanistan to support the Pakistanis as they were recovering from that humanitarian disaster.
Wow.
And that was a whole nother amazing experience, to go and watch hospitals be stood up while they're taking care of people who have been hurt and children who are struggling, and feeding them and helping reset their lives after something as huge as that particular earthquake was. So, you know, it's a kind of a silent role in our military. People don't think about the business end of things, but there's a lot of people running hard and fast behind those pilots who get the attention, who the Air Force is there for, but somebody's got to buy whatever it is that they're flying. And that's what I had the opportunity to do.
That's incredible. Yeah, that's often something that I think, especially now, I think now there's kind of a little bit more attention on kind of like the acquisition of new technology, especially kind of as we get closer to a more of a technological race with other adversaries, and kind of how are we acquiring these, how are we developing these, the whole military industrial complex thing. So that's definitely incredible. You know, without acquisition, there are no Tom Cruises. It's Tom Cruise is not Tom Cruise without his Tomcat. So
that's exactly right. Never forget that.
Yes, absolutely. But
and
yes,
always be nice to those people.
Yes,
you want to make sure they're delivering something that you want to be flying in. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. Yes. Okay. So now going back to what you talked about your obtaining your master's degree at the Air Force Institute of Technology. So going off of that, how did your graduate and staff schools that you attended enhance you as an officer, kind of, and what was also their mission to develop you? Because I know there's multiple different schools that specialize in different things, but what were the ones that you went to, and how did they enhance you as an officer?
So a great question, because that's one thing that a lot of people don't realize is the service, the Air Force in particular, all three services have different levels of education that they offer their officers as they go through. The first one in the Air Force is called Squadron Officer School. The middle school is called Intermediate Service School, or Air Command and Staff. And then the third is your senior service school. And I'll just kind of walk you through. The first one is SOS. And in SOS, at the very basic, what they're doing is teaching you about the Air Force. What is the Air Force? What does the Air Force do? They teach you basic speaking skills, leadership skills, decision-making skills. They remind you that fitness matters, and they give you opportunities to continue to work on your health and build healthy routines early on as a young officer. When you move to the middle school, Air Command and Staff for me was at, again, at Montgomery, Alabama, which is where Maxwell Air Force Base, where both of those schools, SOS and for me, ACSC was. That moves you into a different environment. We actually started having international students and services from members from other services in our classes. And so you start learning more about that joint environment. And you learn it at the operational level. So you learn about how and what the Marines do. You learn about how and what the Army does and what they bring to the warfight. And you start learning that joint environment and how decisions are made. And how to work together in conflict. And you learn about how the Air Force applies its power, how it makes its decisions on what to target, when to target, what does that look like. So it was really an operationally focused school. And so you continue your leadership opportunities, because all throughout you're in small groups and they're watching to see how you interact and how you lead. You write because your tests were written exams, so you demonstrate what you learn. And then you do presentations, so you learn how to continually communicate and improve your communication skills, which as you move up anywhere, whether it's in the military or in civil service or in any corporate environment that you choose to go to, how you communicate is really important. And so they continue nurturing those skills. For my senior level school, there are several options that come out. And sometimes even at the mid-level school, you might have an opportunity, for example, if you're an Air Force officer, to go to the Army's equivalent or to the Navy's equivalent. So you could go to those.
Okay.
And then at the senior level, and then you are like the Air Force representative in that. You're telling the Air Force story to the Army and how they engage and what the Air Force brings to the fight, so that you start learning how to appreciate your military peers. In my senior level school, it brings you to a higher thought process now. Now it's not the fight, what does and what is this national security in the context of your nation? Mm-hmm. What does it mean? And how does it affect and how does it interact in a global environment? So you start thinking about macroeconomics. You start thinking about what's going on in other countries. What is their political priorities? How are those priorities determined? How is money budgeted? What does that look like? And for me, I had the opportunity to go to a specialized school called, at the time it was Industrial College of the Armed Forces. They call it the Eisenhower School. And it's focused particularly on the industrial base on a global level. So remember, I come from acquisition. Mm-hmm. So as I go to this school, now what I'm looking at is what's going on around the globe from an industry perspective. Who makes aircraft? Yeah. Who makes engines? What's going on in the biological environment? What's going on in chemical environment? What's going on in shipping lanes? It opens up that whole broader thing. What is going on in industry around the world in a global environment that will be important to us as a nation? Mm-hmm. And understanding from a security perspective. And it's everything from food to satellites to managing people in a highly automated world. It's extraordinary. So with each of those educational opportunities, it messages you where you are in your career, the things they need you to focus on and really understand. And then they build on what you've experienced, now where you fit in the fight, and ultimately where and how they need you to think as a senior leader. So it's fabulous. And each opportunity, again, you're maturing your ways of communicating, you're maturing how you think, you're learning, you even have leadership schools. I mean, one of my favorite was at ICAF, and you learned about an essence of an organization. Who even thinks about the essence of an organization as you go into a leader? But it's fundamental to not disrupting and actually helping an organization move forward, knowing and appreciating where they've come from. Absolutely. So it's fun.
Yes, that definitely seems incredible, especially kind of like the mid-level staff colleges, and then eventually like the senior level leadership, especially from your time in Iraq, especially the joint services, of course.
Yeah, you know what? Let me add one more thing,
okay,
because I think this is super special too. Is they encourage you to continue to learn. I mean, they really expect a lifelong learning, whether it's in your profession or whether it's growing as a leader or as an individual. Mm-hmm. So reading continue to grow. And, Air Force Institute of Technology, they paid for me to go full-time to get my master's degree. Yeah. So not everybody has that opportunity, but I was blessed to have that opportunity. And I got to go full-time, 18 months, got a master's degree in manufacturing and contracting management. And then with each of the other schools that in parallel, they offer you an opportunity, and you actually earn a master's degree coming out of those different programs too. So you're constantly developing yourself educationally as well.
Yes, that's incredible. Yes, that's a huge part. And I think some of the books I'm reading are from the Marine Corps reading list or things like that they have available to people. So definitely the lifelong learner and the role of education is definitely important. So going off of that question, you kind of talked about how they're kind of preparing you for each step in your career, whether that's focusing kind of at the smaller squadron level, eventually to the operational and senior leadership. going off of that, how did the Air Force prepare you to take on bigger leadership roles? Of course, those schools are going to be a bigger or a decent portion of it. Those are going to be what kind of prepares you and shapes you. So how did the Air Force prepare you to take on those more challenging roles? And what was it like leading large organizations as you moved up in your Air Force career?
I think that's a really good question. And this is just my experience, but I think you're given opportunities at every place you go to grow. Mm-hmm. It depends on what you choose to do with it. And for me, I loved the academic part. I loved the experience. I loved learning how to work in whatever environment I was in, learning, what the nuances were around the book written part of what it was I was supposed to do. So I think the Air Force, at least in my experience, prepares you in the way that they put you into different roles all the way through your career. Some people want to jump to being the leader right away. Well, there's a whole lot of things in between, experiences that are really useful in broadening your outlook, broadening your insight, broadening your experiences to actually make you a better performer in the next level. And I will tell you, so a lot of times people get frustrated about the assignments they're given, and my career included those assignments that were not at the top of my list either, that I would not have chosen, but I was selected for that particular job. And in that decision process is where I grew probably more than anything. And I'll tell you, for example, I did not want to stay and teach at the Air Force Institute of Technology. That scared me to death because I was not good in front of audiences. But let me tell you what I learned. I learned how to read an audience. I learned how to read my students. And I could tell by the look on their face or the questions they asked whether they had understood what I tried to teach them. And when you're the communicator, it's your job to communicate. It's not their job to understand you. It's your job to properly communicate with them in a way they can understand. A lot of people don't think that way as a communicator. Some people will say they're just stupid. They don't understand. No, that means you haven't used the words that work for that person. And that was a really important thing for me to learn really, really early is I've got to find the words that work if I want my message and my mission to work and be accomplished. So even as you go through, you learn things that you never expected to learn that will pay you dividends for the rest of your life. And as you take each of those different jobs, and sometimes jobs that you didn't think you wanted, you learn the most out of. You take everything you learned in one job, move it into the next, and shockingly, you find yourself incredibly prepared in ways you never thought you would be prepared. And I'll give you another example. I spent a lot of time in acquisition. I taught. I spent a year in the Pentagon. I worked classified space stuff people didn't even know existed at the time. And then I end up running an Air Force base, the one at Edwards Air Force Base. And I had never in my career at the 20-year point ever lived on an Air Force base. Wow. So here I am coming in to run an Air Force base, be a commander. I'd never commanded a squadron, even at that point, although with that formal title, although I had been a leader in an informal sense and I would argue that's harder than a formal command title because as an informal leader, you have to learn how to get people to pull together to accomplish things without directional authority. Right. You have to do it with influence, right? Influence, good communication skills. But when I went to Edwards Air Force Base, what I found was, you know what? As a contracting person, I was shocked at how much I knew about what was going on in that base because you know what? We bought almost everything on that base. Right. So when the civil engineers would come to us and say, well, we need to work on this building. Oh, okay. Why? Set the priorities. I understood that requirements process. When we had road issues, I know how to do that. When you had to go interact with the local community, you'd already been doing that as a contracting person. You're always out working with with industry and small businesses and people who don't understand what's going on in the government, and trying to help them understand that in a way that they believe that you care. And I have found that each of those jobs builds on, no matter where it is, if you allow it to. Yeah. And if you're willing to grow with it and willing to embrace that change. Some people don't do good with change. I loved it. I loved it.
Yes, that's incredible. Yes, especially kind of one thing I always try to remember is, as far as leadership goes, it's not always the title that's leader, and you don't have to have a title to be a leader. So that definitely seems better, kind of not necessarily having, like you said, that directional authority to just say, hey, do this because I'm in this position, as opposed to learning how to communicate and get people to work together, and then being able to use that whenever you do have that directional authority, and not having to rely so much on that directional authority and being able to rely on those skills. So yes, that's definitely incredible.
Yeah. You know how when you said, Mom, why do I have to do that? Because I'm the mom, right? I mean,
right.
That works so far when you're in the house, but when you're in the office, well, because I'm the boss, well, can you give me a little bit more? Can you help me understand? And sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, but that's where you have that good conversation. And you have to think a lot about what you're doing and why you're doing it, and be deliberate.
Yes, absolutely. So, going off of that, kind of transitioning from the more career specific, we're going to talk about deployments here for a little bit. So, of course, the first question is going to be, what was the most challenging part about deployments? You know, of course, a lot of people say it's incredible to be in foreign countries sometimes doing different things, but of course, it always comes with a cost. So, for you, what was the most challenging part about deployments?
You know, I think the hardest part about deploying was figuring out what to do with my household in the back when I was gone. And that's just because my husband happened to be deployed at the same time, and all the kids were out of the house. So that was the hardest thing. I will tell you, I was deployed from July until January. That meant I was gone over Thanksgiving. I was gone over Christmas. I was gone over New Year's. I was gone over all of those holidays that are very family-oriented events. And I was sitting with my guys at Christmas dinner, and one of them looked at me, "Are you sad not to be at home?" I'm going, "No." I just walked through that line to get my meal. And my cleanup is, I'm going to take this tray over it and throw it in the trash. I'm going, there is nothing better about cleaning up and planning for Christmas than being able to do that.
Yeah.
But, you know, the hard part is truly, and I think so much of it is mitigated with the technology that we have today. It's so easy to communicate with your family members, no matter where they are now. That the hardest part for me was watching the troops who were having trouble in family relationships, and because it's so easy to communicate with them, it's harder to fix those.
Absolutely, yeah.
When there are issues, it's harder. It's harder to work with that because you can't, because the distance is so great.
Absolutely.
So for me, you know, what was hard about deployments? Well, you know, I didn't live in a tent. Others had to live in a tent, so it was hard for me to complain about that. You know, the dining facilities, our services are really good about taking care of our troops now. We've figured that out. We know how to do that well. So, but to be candid, I wasn't the security forces guy out. I wasn't the Army guy out. I wasn't the special forces guy out working and doing the hard stuff out there. The hard part, and if I had one last point, the hard part about being deployed is that you're on 24/7.
Yeah.
That's the hard part. And so whereas you work in the office and you go home and you can turn on the TV and chill, our hours were, you know, 7 a.m. to 10, 11, 12, go home, sleep for a couple hours, get up, go run, start all over again. And that was 6.5 days a week for us. In the acquisition environment. Not everybody had to work at that level, but that was the hard part for us, was you literally are working 24/7. And sometimes that gets intense, but it's worth it if you're getting the right stuff done.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely. So going on to the opposite side of the spectrum, hopefully more enjoyable parts. So, of course, what was the most rewarding part about deployments? Leading people seeing social impacts. I know you talked about the earthquake in Pakistan, kind of the humanitarian effort, and kind of your role in that, and also kind of your role on the more individual level, helping troops and such. So, what was the most rewarding parts about your deployments?
The rewarding parts were knowing that you could make a difference in the simplest ways, and even though we might have done business behind the walls, working safely, what you're doing is changing what's going on in that country for the people who live in that country too. So you're there making a difference for them. And acquisition, one of the ways we did that was pushing cash back out into their economy. We put them back to work. We said, we need these things. Go find these things. We'll buy them from you. And it gave them something to do. It gave them cash flow to feed their families, to take care of themselves, to turn the lights on in their homes. And it allowed them to bring their nations back to where they needed. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. We saw that in Afghanistan, they struggled with that. They just couldn't get to the point of establishing a solid government that they could operate on their own. Those are heartbreaking moments. Mm-hmm. But then knowing that in the end, what you're really trying to do is, help a nation rebuild itself, help them to do it in a way that is humanitarianly appropriate for the people who live in their countries. No matter what their tribal background is, it's respect for one another. But then there's also those really unexpected moments where my mom and her church would always send things over. And one Christmas I said, you know what, send socks and t-shirts. And so I had bags and bags of socks and t-shirts from Lubbock, Texas to take somewhere. And I'm going, I don't even know where to do them, but I took them into the hospital downtown in Camp Victory in Baghdad. Mm-hmm. And I walk in with these bags of socks and t-shirts, and this woman comes running up to me with tears in her eyes, and she said, "You have socks and t-shirts?" And I'm going, "Yes." And she goes, "We gave our last socks and t-shirts away to the soldiers who are here because they have nothing. Their clothes are gone yesterday."
Wow.
Yesterday. We had nothing. This is a lifesaver for us. And who would ever have thought you could make a difference in something like that? That was a stunning memory for me, that the simplest things can make such huge differences.
Absolutely, yeah. So yes, not only is it the planes and the satellites and the missiles, but it's also the humanitarians,
That's right.
Making sure that everybody gets to the point where everybody's equal opportunity, or maybe getting to the point that hopefully that all the satellites and all the aircraft and all the weapons bought don't have to be used in the first place. Yeah. So yes, that definitely is a crucial part of it. So after your lengthy and honorable 36 years in the United States Air Force, what are you doing now that you're retired?
Gosh, way more than I thought I would be doing, that's for sure. I work with companies on I'm on the board of directors for a couple of companies, so I advise at the corporate level what makes sense when you operate in the government environment, or even just bringing my leadership experiences as you think about running an organization. What did you worry about that's important in today's environment as leaders look out to see what opportunities there are for the companies that they represent? I also do, I give back to my career field, right? I grew up in acquisition and contracting, and so I'm very, very involved in a professional association called National Contract Management Association. I have been serving as the president-elect. This year, I take over presidency this summer. It's about 12,000 people who are in the contract management career field, and that can be a contracting person or a contracting officer's rep, and it could be in industry or the government. And so I had the opportunity to lead that organization starting this summer.
That's incredible.
I stayed in touch with Texas Tech, and I'm on the advisory council for Rawls, the business school, and really enjoy working with Dean Williams there. And so I get back to Lubbock periodically, which is super fun. And I certainly love cheering on my Red Raiders wherever I go.
Yeah.
And the last thing, just started getting involved in a new organization called Rebuilding Together. And what they do is go into communities that have homeowners that have reached an age where they are on fixed incomes and it's hard for them to keep their homes safe. And in a nonprofit way, we go in and help them rebuild their homes to be safe and secure so they can age in place. And Rebuilding Together is targeting now the veteran community as well, to go in and help the veterans. And so I bring that military representation to their board of directors as we try to reshape that messaging too. So I do everything from board work to volunteer work in a number of different environments, and it's always something, and it's different. And I love the variety of opportunities and the things that I have to do, and I have the choice to do, which is another nice part about retirement. So.
Yes, it's amazing. That definitely seems very fulfilling and very active. So definitely it seems very enjoyable. All right. So going off of this, we're going to transition to more kind of broader questions again about your military service. So this will be the last few questions. What was the most rewarding part about serving your country?
I would say that you just felt like you were making a difference when you looked around and saw how fast things were going. I'll tell you, you don't get paid a lot for doing what you're doing, especially compared to the people sitting across the table from you as a military leader. But in many ways, that's good because it keeps you more focused on what matters rather than on the financial obligation. And your job is to keep moving, or at least in my responsibility as acquisition, it was to keep finding and pushing and getting that technology out to our warfighters. So they were the best in the world in anything and for any engagement that they had to come up with. That was incredibly rewarding, is to be a part of that machine.
Yes, that's incredible. Yes. So going off of that, again, to the opposite end of the spectrum, what was the most challenging and difficult part about serving your country? For some people, it's deployments, and other times it's working 12 to 14 hours every day, or even much longer throughout the week. So, in your experience, what was the most challenging, difficult parts?
For me, the hardest part, I think the hardest part is when budgets get tight, when our national budgets get tight, and remember, all of our money comes from Congress. It's all appropriated at the congressional level, and then it flows into each of the services. But sometimes there are groups that they just don't understand well enough, and they think that they're not being efficient or whatever. And the acquisition and contracting community is one of those mystery things, because it's not a plane that you can touch and feel and fly in. And so it seemed as though our community was often targeted for cuts. And that's the really hard part, when you already see people working 12-hour days and you take a cut, and I'm not talking little cuts. I'm talking, in some cases, 20 to 25% cuts.
Wow.
It forces you to do business completely differently than how you have in the past. And that's really hard for people who have been doing that business the same way for 20 and 30 years. Can we find ways to improve? Should we find ways to improve? Yes, but it does come at a price, and it comes at a price of the workload that remains for those who are carrying on after reductions. So that's the hard part, is watching how hard people work and how they really do want to make a difference. But sometimes the nature of the business that they're involved in, it's hard for them to think any differently. They're just so busy cranking things out. It's hard to be creative.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an excuse. It's just one of those realities that you learn in working with people.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yes. All right. So now gonna kind of find the middle ground in all of these. What makes or what made your service worth the sacrifice?
At the end, it was the people that I worked for and with and supported, and people like you and our communities who support us and continue to support us each and every day. That's why I did it in the beginning. This was not about me. It was about wanting to be and do something way beyond what in my mind I ever thought I could touch or become a part of. And it was being able to be there for my community. There's a question that says, who will I send? And it was like, okay, send me. I'll go. This is I love my mission.
Yes. Yes.
And I love what we I love the freedoms that we've had.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can help protect that and preserve that for not only your generation, Jackson, but my grandchildren's and their grandchildren's,
Mm-hmm.
that makes it worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Definitely.
Sorry.
It's going off. No, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. Take your time. But yes,
I'm a girl.
no, you're fine. No, but I think I forget who said it. I want to say it's Reagan or something like that he said, basically, I forget what the exact quote is, but essentially the defense or the guarantee of our freedoms is not passed down through blood. It has to be fought for each generation. I definitely think that's an important part is one generation we could be there, have everything we want, and then the next it could vanish if it's not thought for or protected or anything like that. So I definitely think, yes, that is a big part of it.
When you watch the Ukrainians fighting for their freedom.
Yes, absolutely. That is.
What courage.
Yes, absolutely.
What courage.
Yes.
And I hope that we would do the same.
Yes, me too. Yes, I definitely. What's going on in Ukraine it's heartbreaking for everybody, but it's also inspiring to see that there are lots of people still willing to stick up and defend for what they believe for and what they hope for in the face of adversaries or
never trained,
odds.
But they'll be there. Yeah.
Yes, they will. Mm-hmm. Because, like you said, they believe in something bigger than themselves, which
That's
is the biggest and ultimate sacrifice I believe anybody could have is believing that they're serving to a purpose that is bigger than themselves. So,
amen.
Yes,
yeah. Amen. Yeah.
Yes. All right. So now transitioning out of that again, kind of link, your military career to, of course, what you're doing now. Of course, how active you are in all of those fields. So, of course, you have kind of like the direct consultation, having a military background, your nonprofit organizations. But how did your military career shape you into who you are now? Of course, with the organizations you're involved in, but, also the person, you've developed into today.
It taught me a lot about, I think when I step back and think about what was one of the big things I learned how to stop thinking I was the only one who knew everything. Mm-hmm. And that there are a lot of super smart people out there. And I'm actually only as smart as the team I've built around me. Mm-hmm. And it started, I shared this story before. It started back in college where you had to do group projects and you hated doing group projects because you never trusted all your group members.
Right.
And I had one glaring failure, and it was because I was so worried about what they were doing, I failed to do what I was supposed to do. Mm-hmm. And so our grade got downgraded, and it was my fault. It wasn't anybody else's fault but my own. Mm-hmm. And so that was such an eye-opening experience because that is true as you go through life. It's all about teamwork, and it's about learning when to keep your mouth shut and just listen, because you might learn something, and guess what? That idea might be better than the one you were thinking was the right idea. And I think at the end of 36 years, that's what I've learned to appreciate the most, is the value of the different people around me that come from different backgrounds, different states, different schools, different universities, different social economic levels. I mean, they just have such brilliant views that are so different from mine, that are important for me to understand as I shape my decisions. And I do that today. I still value that, surrounding myself with people who are different from myself in order to make the best decisions for the broader populations that I'm responsible for.
Yeah, that's definitely the big part about what this country and what this system of government is for, is bringing all different types of perspectives and making sure that everybody's heard and that everybody has input and everybody's represented. So that's definitely a huge part, is what we crossed the Atlantic for in the first place, was the basis of equal representation, that everybody's voices will be heard and everybody can contribute. So yes, that's definitely important. And again, so 2 more questions today. So our penultimate question would be, what advice would you give to the younger generations who are thinking about going to the military, or who have already maybe decided that they want to serve?
I would just, I've got 2 boys that are also in the Air Force, and this is, their dad's in the Air Force too, so they get a lot of Air Force advice.
Right.
And their dad seems to be very emphatic about his, so I have to sit quietly and I listen to that other opinion, but then I offer my own too. And I think that the advice is, you're not always going to get exactly what you want, and maybe you grew up with that privilege, but sometimes it's good not to get the job that you think you deserve or the one that you think you should have, and it's an opportunity to learn and grow in a way you never expected. And so you're going to have opportunities to learn and grow in a lot of places, and so it's what you do with that that will make you a better person on the other end. So welcome it. Welcome those challenges. And they're not easy. Sometimes they're super scary. But in the end, you really walk away a better, smarter person, and you are better prepared for the next job because you had to do something that you were uncomfortable doing in a previous job. So just embrace the change, and you'll live in different places, and you're going to have different jobs, and you're going to work with different kind of people. But that makes you a better person when you learn how to do that, because you learn how to appreciate what everybody brings to the table. And oh, by the way, you're learning good examples of what to be, and you're learning what you definitely don't want to be when you're going through. Right. So you can learn either way. Wherever you go. So just make the best of it, and don't be that grumbly person in the office. Be that person that says, this is what I learned, and this is when I had the chance to make a difference, I see an opportunity here.
Absolutely. Yes, definitely. So I think getting outside the comfort zone, I think, is especially a big one. I mean, of course, I forget, here's a good analogy, like running or lifting or anything like that, you only get stronger once you're completely drained, and then you push through. I definitely think that's
exactly right.
True for personal development. Is if you're always inside your comfort zone, you're never going to develop, and or it's going to be harder to develop, and you're not going to have these unique experiences. Because at the end of the day, everything's perspective, and everything's built on experiences. So yes,
it is. Yeah, you are where you came from, right?
Absolutely. Yes. All right. So for the final question of today's interview, what is your hope for the future of our military and for the future of our country just as a whole?
That we don't forget how important freedom is, and that we value that in a way that we're willing to defend that freedom in all cases. I think it's easy to forget that. We went through such a secure environment for so many years that we've forgotten what it looks like. And now we get to see it in what's going on in Ukraine. And I think it's a real eye-opening experience for us that there are still people out there who have bad intentions.
Yes.
And as much as we don't want to believe it, as much as we want to be generous of mind and thought with everybody around the world, that's not always the case. Mm-hmm. And it's important to remember that.
Yes.
As we go forward.
Yep.
But we can do it, mm-hmm. and we will. And that's what I hope for. Mm-hmm. And when I talk to people like you, Jackson, I'm encouraged because we have generations, and my kids and my nephew who just graduated from Joint Strike Fighter School and is getting ready to go to Hill and fly the F-35. Wow. There's a whole bunch of people coming behind us who have those same values and those same hopes for our nation.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yes, I do think, especially just kind of recently, the term "the long peace," I think has kind of been erased mine. I haven't, of course, had a world war, thankfully, for the past 80 years. But I think that's also that's a blessing, but it's also kind of the curse of sometimes that's in the back of our mind, and it's not always in the forefront. And hopefully,
we forget.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
We want to forget, and so we do. And
yes, and that's often an easy choice. Yep.
That's what history's all about. That's why we study history, so we can see it coming. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
absolutely. Yes. So I think, I hope that I know the invasion of Ukraine was definitely an eye opener for everybody. Everybody kind of it's a cold splash of water on the face, but everybody of course wishes the best to Ukraine, but also I think now everybody realizes that what we did perceive as total security, what we did perceive as something that was always guaranteed, I think is now importantly looking on some of the few bright sides of the Ukrainian invasion. Everybody has kind of realized that this is something that we will have to defend, something we will have to divert resources to and invest into, because as we've seen, it's started off January, everybody was fine, and then all of a sudden it's not, and that's a span of a month or two that everything completely changed. And so I think hopefully everybody realizes that if it can change that quickly, then it can happen to everybody else too.
Without a doubt. Mm-hmm. Without a doubt.
Awesome. Yeah. Right, well, thank you very much for joining us today. It was
my pleasure.
Yes, thank you for taking time out of your day. On behalf of Because of You I Can organization, it was such an honor to have you. Thank you for joining us. Your experiences and everything was truly incredible. So yes, thank you.
Enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Again, a massive thank you to General Masiello for taking time out of her incredibly busy schedule for that interview. What an amazing career and service she has done for this country and still continues to do today. On behalf of the Because of You I Can Foundation, and as citizens of the United States of America, we thank you for your service. Welcome everyone to Because of You I Can's Veteran Interview Series, and today we'll be honorably joined by retired United States Navy Captain Kevin Miller. After commissioning from ROTC at the University of Mississippi, Captain Miller served for 24 years in the United States Navy as a fighter pilot of the A-7 Corsair and the FA-18 Hornet. Amongst many other things during his outstanding and honorable 24 years of service, Captain Miller earned his Master of National Security Policy and Strategic Studies from the Naval War College and earned a Master of Science in Business Management from Florida State University. A few of his numerous awards include the Bronze Star, the Air Medal with Valor, and 2 Strike Flight Air Medals. Now, Captain Miller is an award-winning novelist and author. Some of his works include the novel-turned-DCS campaign Raven 1, Declared Hostile, and his latest historical fiction book about the Battle of Midway, Silver Waterfall. Before we begin, a massive thank you must be given to Captain Miller for taking time out of his day to take part in this interview. His wealth of knowledge and experience is incredibly valuable for every American, and I can guarantee that you will absolutely leave this interview with an invaluable perspective of our veterans and everything they have sacrificed to uphold America's ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Without further ado, here's Because of You I Can's interview with retired Captain Kevin Miller.
So thank you for joining us today, Mr. Miller. On behalf of the Because of You I Can Foundation, it's an honor to have you. It's an honor. Thank you for taking time out of your day to speak with us. If you wouldn't mind providing us a brief background of your time up to and in the Navy, as well as what you're doing now, and then we'll get into the interview questions.
Thank you, Jackson, and it's great to be with you. I wanted to be a Navy carrier pilot when I was a boy, and was fortunate enough to be able to pursue that path. I got to flight school in 1981 and went through the T-34, the T-2, and the TA-4, which are no longer in service today. But I received my wings in 1983, and then went to the A-7E Corsair II after I completed my training, a squadron aboard USS Nimitz, 2 deployments in the mid-'80s. Then I transitioned to the FA-18 Hornet, and became an instructor pilot. I was a landing signal officer, so I taught the carrier qualification phase with my fellow instructors. Then I was a air wing LSO aboard USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, the senior LSO aboard. Then it was time for my department head tour in the BFA 131 aboard USS George Washington. I had a shore duty tour at Tyndall Air Force Base, working with the Air Force, then went back to the fleet as the executive officer and commanding officer of VFA 105 aboard USS Enterprise. From there, Naval War College, and 2 tours with the Navy and the Pentagon, and one was with the Secretary of the Navy in Legislative Affairs, where I represented naval aviation to both the House and Senate whenever they had a question in my portfolio. I would get them an answer. After I retired in 2005, I remained in Washington as a defense consultant. In 2010, I moved to Pensacola, Florida, and took a not-for-profit executive position. And now I've been on my own for a number of years as a consultant and also as an independent author of contemporary naval aviation fiction, and one historical fiction novel about a very momentous battle in our history.
Wow, that's very impressive. So what does that add up to for your years of service?
24 years.
24 years. Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, that's 24 years. And so
I wouldn't trade a day of it.
What?
I wouldn't trade a day of it.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, that is an action-packed career. That sounds amazing. So with that, we'll loop back to kind of the beginning of your career. So from what I understood, you went to ROTC at Mississippi University, correct?
The University of Mississippi, otherwise
yes.
known as Ole Miss, yes.
Ole Miss, okay, yeah. So I remember you talked about your love for military aviation was your reason to join. Is there anything else, or was that what you were kind of set on, or what inspired you to join the Navy?
I was exposed to it at a very young age. My father and grandfather were naval officers, although they were not aviators. Mm-hmm. And as I think I was 5, my father took me to see a friend of his who was assigned to the aircraft carrier USS Lake Champlain. It was based in Quonset Point, Rhode Island. And I remember just, walking up to that gigantic ship and then being aboard and looking out at the bay and airplanes on deck, and they fed me ice cream in the wardroom. So, hey, where do I sign?
Exactly.
That was a memory that I know started, and throughout my childhood with my father on active duty, we were near naval air stations, and that's the only thing I ever wanted to do. So I'm very fortunate.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, so we'll get into your time at at ROTC at the University of Mississippi. So the thing I want to touch on there is, how did ROTC impact you as an officer?
Well, sure. That's where you learn how to be an officer. You learn how to wear the uniform first, how to tuck in your shirt, and there's a military way to do that.
Yeah.
And so you're very quickly, you gotta measure up, and it's attention to detail, beginning with your uniform, and then as you go through the program, my junior and senior years, you're given leadership responsibilities, to be responsible for and to help a number of midshipmen as they go through their program. And then then you go to the fleet, and for aviators, it's you go to flight school for 2 to 3 years, and you're really not in a leadership role with sailors during that time. You're learning how to fly, and so it's yes, you have some more maturity when you finally enter the fleet and in a squadron, and now you're responsible for a division of sailors. But there's a lot of learning to do, and if you're fortunate, you'll have a good chief to help you through that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. So on that note about flight school, the first question I have about flight school is, it was originally at Pensacola, correct? Or it still is at Pensacola, right?
Yes, everyone in naval aviation, and we're talking Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard.
Okay.
We're talking pilots, naval flight officers, and all of the maintainers, air traffic controllers, anyone that is starting out in the aviation field, officer enlisted in naval aviation, begins their journey in Pensacola. So it's still here. Yeah. And then from there, pilots will go to a base near Pensacola, Whiting Field near Milton.
Okay.
Or Corpus Christi, Naval Air Station, Corpus Christi.
Okay.
And then there are other fields from there as you go through. The naval flight officers will stay at Naval Air Station Pensacola and receive their training there.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. What was the most enjoyable or the greatest part about flight school, in your opinion?
The camaraderie, and that lasted throughout my career. But flight school was the hardest thing I've ever done. And not that I went to Harvard or MIT. I went to probably a Southeastern Conference school. College is a challenge. You're gonna no one's gonna give you a diploma. But in flight school, very quickly, I realized that these test grades and these evaluations, they absolutely count. We're all competing for our goals. And but even though we were competing, we worked together. We would study together as a group, and we would bonded friendships that have lasted a lifetime. I'm in touch with many of my flight school buddies from 40 years ago.
Wow.
And so it was that aspect was the best part of flight school, and followed closely by the actual flying. The first time you fly in formation.
Yeah.
And you come back and you go through the debrief with the instructors, giving you pointers, and you walk out of that and you look at your buddy, who was flying the other airplane that you were flying with, and wow, this is really cool.
Yeah.
And that goes from there.
That's incredible. Yeah. So, and then, so your first aircraft out of flight school was the A7, correct?
Yes.
So, really more with the Air Force side of things, where once you track fighters, you somewhat have a choice in what specific fighter you want. Is that the same for the Navy, or once you track fighters, it's strictly up to the needs of the Navy at that point?
It's a great question, and you're broken out in naval aviation. You go to primary,
Mm-hmm.
and today everyone flies the T6 Texan 2.
Mm-hmm.
So they go through primary, and then at the end of that, you can select or qualify for the type of aircraft you want. So there's the strike pipeline, also fighters,
Mm-hmm.
and we're talking carrier-based tactical aircraft here.
Okay.
The rotary wing and patrol, and this is the twin engine. Back in the day, really recent days, the 4-engine P3 Orion. Today, it's the 2-engine P8 Poseidon, which is a variant of the 737 airframe to do anti-submarine warfare. So those are the 3 pipelines that you can enter after you complete primary.
Gotcha. Okay. And
so for me, it was a strike pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was going through flight school, there were many choices. At the end of that, there was 2 fighters. There was the F4 and the F14. There were 2 attack aircraft, the A6 and the A7.
Mm-hmm.
There was the EA6B Prowler.
Right.
The E2 was kind of a hybrid program, but that was there.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I haven't left the A3 Sky Warrior was also a choice back when I was going through. A few months after I got my wings, another airplane entered that mix that was not available when I selected the FA-18 Hornet.
Wow. Yeah. Incredible. So, so with the A7, just because I'm sure you had so many stories from it, but what were your experiences like in general with it? I mean, what were the challenges, of course, flying the A7? What were the most enjoyable parts of flying the A7?
The A7, single-seat dive bomber, probably our last dive bomber. It was an attack aircraft, the A in A7. It was a handful to fly for me at first. It was the engine response time was it took a long time, and so if you found yourself behind, back on the power curve, as we say, for any reason, it took a long time to get out of that hole if you dug yourself one. You had to stay on top of it, especially behind the ship. The cockpit, there was a lot in the cockpit. It had a moving map display, it had an air-to-ground radar, a bunch of switches to arm your weapons, 2 radios, inertial navigation. It had a head-up display. Wow. It was quite space age when it came out in the late 60s and early 1970s. I flew it in the mid 80s, and so it had been around for nominal 15 years. Yeah, which these days isn't all that old for an aircraft. But it was it was a handful to manage all that, the cockpit design. So the FA-18 that I moved on to after my tour in the A7 had the controls in front of me. Controls on the throttle and stick. It's called HOTAS, hands on throttle and stick. Right. And so it was much easier to even do something as simple as changing a radio frequency. I could do that with a control in front of me instead of looking down on my left side and looking down in the cockpit in a single seat airplane. In some regimes of flight, it's you don't want to do that for too long. So it that human design that came up in the 70s and early 80s and has been expanded on in recent decades is vital. Today, my understanding is that today's cockpits are all glass. I mean, this one glass sheet in front of you with all the computer stuff you need. It's all touch screen. A side stick controller, a throttle on the left quadrant where it's traditionally been through the decades. Lots and an amazing head-up display that's on your helmet that costs $500,000. So it's just incredible technology to make the pilot's job easier and to be more effective.
Absolutely, yeah. So on that, speaking of that transition for you from the A7 to the F-18, what was the biggest difference and most challenging learning curve from the A7 to the F-18? Or once you got there, were you amazed at the fly-by-wire and said, this is a whole lot easier? Or
it was a whole lot easier. I mean, two afterburning engines,
Mm-hmm.
The air to air, as well as air to ground radar, much better displays. Again, easier to manage in the cockpit. In the A7, we were comfortable in both roles. The air to ground role, certainly that was our bread and butter. But in air to air, we didn't have an air to air radar, didn't have a radar missile, but we had a sidewinder and a gun, and we could maneuver. But we had some, what I would call one good turn, and then you bleed airspeed, and you don't have that afterburning engine or engines to get you out of it. With the Hornet, it just can turn on a dime and hold a very high angle of attack. You can fight it slow, but I had to learn about the air-to-air aspect of it to manage a radar intercept, and then to go to a merge with a one or two or more aircraft, and everyone has a role to do, and so you're looking at the radar, you're looking outside of what you're seeing coming at you, and you have to key the mic and convey that thought succinctly over the radio, and then do your job. So there's a lot going on. You've seen Top Gun, the movie, and what they don't cover very much in that, although they do talk about it, is the debrief aspect. In the movie it's very dramatic, what were you thinking? But in a real debrief, that can last hours, and you go over every little thing, and it's not as dramatic, but it is absolutely thorough, and that's where the learning occurs.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that with the A7, what the transition to that was, because I've been reading I don't have it with me, but the new Top Gun book that came out, about like 800 pages, the whole history of air combat. It did touch on the A7 for its role, at least in air combat in Vietnam, so I thought that was pretty cool.
Was this the one written by Captain Dan Pedersen?
No, I think it's a new one. I think it's very recent. Okay. It's somewhere in here, but I think, but it's pretty amazing, and the little tribute to the A7 there is pretty cool. So, and then on to just kind of deployments in general. You talked about many. What would, I guess, in your view, the most enjoyable part about deployments? Because I know many people talk about how challenging they are sometimes, but also rewarding. So what's your opinion on deployments?
Well, to go to a new part of the world, and the ocean, sea and sky, and it's pretty much the same, but not always. And the waters off Norway, as an example, they're different. The cloud formations and levels, but then you can fly, and then you're in the Norwegian fjords, and just beautiful, and snow-capped mountains and gorgeous blue water, and little fishing villages. Low levels throughout Europe, the Mediterranean states of Europe that I got to fly, just tightly packed villages and rolling hills, and in Arabia, over Saudi Arabia, and over Oman, a place we called Star Wars Canyon that leads down to the Indian Ocean, and then just flying at night over the Persian Gulf, and looking at the Gulf states, and all the light, all the money that's down there. And you're on the other side of the world, and so the Caribbean is just beautiful. So I think that the low levels that I got to fly in my career in various places around the world are certainly memorable.
Absolutely, yeah, that's incredible. That's pretty much all the corners of the world right there. So, but yeah. So following the most rewarding, the opposite of the spectrum. So what was the most challenging part about deployments? I know, especially being an XO and then being a CO, that must have been very, I guess, a lot different than when you're a junior officer. So,
you're as you move through your career, you're ready for that increased responsibility, but saying goodbye to your family. Yeah. And my first deployment, I was engaged.
Wow.
And, so we came back from that deployment and got married just within days of return. It was a 7-month deployment.
Wow.
And then the next deployment, I came home 2 years later, and it was my wife and a little baby. and a little baby that I was not there for the birth. So just 3 months old when seeing him for the first time, and then as the years go by, more deployments, more children, it's hard to say goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
It is hard. It doesn't get easier, and you're gone for months. In the 80s, it was letters that would take 10 days to 2 weeks to go each way.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's sailors have email.
Mm-hmm.
They have access to it. For the past 20, 25 years, that's been available. It's been very nice. It's so important to stay connected with home. So there's certainly that human family connection.
Mm-hmm.
As far as challenges of being deployed, you must stay compartmentalized on your game, if you will. One day can run like the next, and gosh, I've been gone for months, and I've got months to go.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got to compartmentalize and be ready for each flight. Flying off the ship at night is a challenge, and aviators say, what's worse, the cat shot or the trap? And I'm in the cat shot camp. You're there, you're ready to go, you're checking everything out, but ahead of you is just an ink bottle of black, and the water is somewhere down there. So you've got to go off and make, you got to fly away from it. And so you have, what if I have a total electrical failure, everything goes dark? Mm-hmm. Well, aviators, you have a backup plan. So I had a gooseneck flashlight on my vest, and I would turn it on. Uh-huh. And so a red lens light was on the instrument panel. If the airplane lost total power, I would still have that light on the instrument panel, and I could see a backup gyro, so I could at least get away from the water.
Wow. Yeah.
So you think about things like that. As a pilot, what if? And you do a lot of word problems in your head as a pilot, and they center around fuel. Around the ship, fuel is vital to everything. And so you're okay. What's my fuel rate, flow? When am I supposed to land? What if there's a delay? How much fuel will I have? If I have to divert or to go to the tanker overhead the ship, how much is that going to cost? So you're doing those calculations in your head all the time. You get good at it.
Yeah, I bet doing that all the time. Yeah. So following that, I remember you mentioning the Naval War College. So we'll kind of talk a little bit about that too. And so we'll kind of talk about, how did the Naval War College develop you as an officer? I mean, what new skills did you learn that proved vital, both being the rest of your career in the Navy, as well as consulting, and of course your time in the Pentagon?
A great question, and I wish that every American could get a Naval War College education. It is an education that is steeped in world history and how nation states come to conflict, and that's part of the human condition. And you go back to the Peloponnesian Wars, in the year 420 BC, and all the conflicts since then. Some are just amazing stories, and you find that human nature is human nature. It's no different now than it was then, and vice versa. So that aspect of how nation states treat each other was vital. Another aspect that you asked is how our military procures things, how the Pentagon works. It was an education in wargaming, and so for I think a month, my class, here's the situation, we're in the Persian Gulf, and here are your assets, and this happens, go, and that is thinking things through like that is vital. And this kind of gets into my fiction writing. I can have a fictional scenario. What if this happened? How would we respond to it? And there's value in that. So
absolutely.
When I got to the Pentagon, I had some understanding and how we budgeted and procured things. You get your real education on the job in a place like that. And then my legislative affairs education was also on the job, just fascinating on how our government works, and oftentimes does not work. The realities of politics. Again, nothing new under the sun. There was politics going on back in ancient Greece too.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, that's incredible. I definitely agree with the whole everybody should attend the Naval War College, because I think that is a crucial point, especially now with everything that's happening domestically and internationally. It can be quite hard to comprehend sometimes, especially the future impacts and predicting all that. So with that, we're going to go and transition kind of out of your career towards when you retired. And so the main question I have for you is, what inspired you to be an author?
Yes. When I retired, a friend and shipmate named Dave Wooten, he's a fellow captain, he said, "You should write a book." I said, "I'll get out." He said, No. You've got stories." And so I went home and I thought about it. Yeah, okay. I sure I have some stories. Everyone does, and my career wasn't all that noteworthy, but yeah, I saw some stuff, and so I thought, maybe I will. Maybe I'll write something for the kids, for posterity, what Dad did, back in the day. So I started Raven 1 in fits and starts, and I would put it down for months, and I'd pick it back up, and I'd just keep slogging along. And after about 4 years, I finished it, and I knew that I really had something.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And so then it was another long journey to query an agent in New York, generally New York, the literary capital of the United States and probably the world. And had some nibbles. And I say, some guys say, you've got some ability, this isn't for me right now. And they'd say, okay, yeah, no, you need to fix this. And so I would fix it and I'd send it back. But once you've been rejected, you're rejected. It's, it's over. So, but through naval aviation, a friend of mine, George Galderisi, an author, he was a former naval aviator. I talked to him, met him, and sent him some of my stuff. And he sent it to a guy named Jeff Edwards, who is also an author and the founder of Brave Ship Books. And he was a sonarman chief in the Navy, and he's written some terrific thrillers, as George has. And so they said, okay, Kevin, you need an editor. So I found a wonderful editor here in Pensacola, Linda Wasserman. And we edited Raven 1 and published it in the summer of 2014. I didn't know what was going to happen, but people just liked it.
Yeah.
And there were reviews on Amazon, and people contacted me, and Linda told me, okay, you just signed yourself up for a full-time job, and you got to write another one.
Yeah.
So I wrote Declared Hostile and Fight in about 2-year increments. And then after Fight, I took a break, but not really. I wrote The Silver Waterfall, which is my historical fiction novel about the Battle of Midway. And Midway has been a passion of mine for years. I've spoken about the battle. Just an amazing story. And so I wrote it like Michael Shara wrote The Killer Angels, which I didn't change any facts about the battle. You don't have to change any facts about that battle. What really happened is just amazing. Yeah. And so the reader can come along and see how the human beings that were on the bridge wings and in the cockpits had to make decisions. They're getting fired upon. And so it is a labor of love. This year is the 80th anniversary of Midway.
Wow. Yeah.
And so this June, when that time comes up, we'll be talking about The Silver Waterfall.
That's incredible. That's amazing. Yeah. And I definitely have to say, as soon as I did Raven 1, I immediately picked back up and said there's got to be some kind of sequel or something else to this. So, but yeah, it's amazing, especially with the DCS campaign. That was a nice touch too. Playing, I was like, oh, I remember this part in the book. So that's pretty cool. So transitioning from that, we're going to kind of talk about more service-related questions, kind of the generalities for it. And so the first question of this topic is going to be, what was the most rewarding part of serving your country?
I think that's an easy one for me to answer. Is serving with people, helping junior aviators, helping sailors, just being around them. But I felt, I think most officers feel that it is our role to support them in their careers so they can advance. To take care of your people is a term that I learned first from my own father, and I put that in practice as most all of us do. Taking care of your people. What does that mean? Does that mean, okay, we can't give them more money? I mean, your salary is your salary in the military, but time off or other perks, that has its place. But to ask, hey, how are you doing on your qualifications? Well, what does it take? Do you need some time during work? Well, yes, I do need some time during work. Okay, so I would talk with the chain of command and say things like, all right, guys are struggling to do all their work and qualify for the next rate. Can we carve out 45 minutes during the day, end of the day, sometime? I don't know, to ensure that our people can get the training they need from you guys. As you lead them through that. And so that's the type of stuff by taking care of your people. And pats on the back are absolutely important. But to ensuring they have what they need to advance, to get more money when you advance, and have a better quality of life. So that was rewarding.
Absolutely, yeah. That definitely sounds like that, and I know especially kind of from what I've talked to and heard, and talking to other veterans, that's a pretty much unique aspect of military culture that you don't necessarily see that in any other aspects, or very many other aspects. So again, kind of same way we talked about deployments, and this might also be the same answer. What was the most difficult or challenging part of serving your country?
When loss, and in naval aviation, it happens, and it's in the news today. During my career, many friends were lost. Most all the accidents, and some to combat. I was at the Pentagon on 9/11.
Wow.
And lost 5 friends that I could name for you right now. The first, Captain Bob Dolan, and on September 12th, I drove near the Pentagon. The Navy Annex is up on the hill. It's gone now, but I was in my white uniform. The Pentagon is still burning, and I was assigned to go to Bob Dolan's family, and I had never met them, but I was there to help the Dolan family get through this time.
Wow.
And other of my colleagues, shipmates, went to other families. Their husbands were missing. And so the search was still going on, and I think it was about a week later that slowly find evidence that their loved ones are gone. And so that was a dark time, but certainly times at sea, times at shore when mishaps occur are the tough ones.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I can imagine. But kind of going back to that, what, with all those challenges and difficulties, made your service worth the sacrifice?
Well, even in those dark times, you're there to help the families, but you're also there to learn lessons. And in one case, I investigated an aircraft mishap. And the team I was with, we were able to recommend some things for naval aviation to make it safer. And those recommendations I found years later were acted upon, and I believe are still in the fleet today. The aircraft equipment that's going to enhance safety. So oftentimes, there's a saying that these lessons are written in blood, and but so to learn from tragedies like that, and so they're not repeated, is certainly rewarding. But another rewarding experience I had in my career was being an instructor I was a FA-18 instructor and taught guys how to land on the ship day and night. I taught them how to bomb and how to fight. But the main reason I was there in that training squadron was because I was a landing signal officer, and so that was where the rubber meets the road. I mean, okay, this is it. You get through this phase, and now you're going to the fleet, and maybe next week on the other side of the world. So guys are paying attention. It's very rewarding to see them succeed. And then in my subsequent flying tours, as I'm an old guy now, and able to pass down tricks of the trade to a generation of aviators. And since I've been gone, that generation has gone through their careers, and they continue to pass it down. It's so it was rewarding to be part of that institution.
Yes, that's very special. Yeah, that's definitely a common thing I've heard with all military aviators, is kind of just the passing or the handing down of knowledge that's occurred throughout the many generations of it. And so we're going to get into the last few questions here. And the one thing I want to ask is, how did your career in the military shape into who you are? I mean, obviously it's inspired many of your works as an author and such.
I think you've heard the term officer and gentleman. So you try to, there's a sense of noblesse oblige. I'm very fortunate that I have been given what I've been given in life. And I was given an education, and so I took that education, and I served my country with it. And you could say, okay, I gave my youth and risked my life. Again, no regrets, but I just felt as a naval officer that it was my job to lead, to set a good example, to do the right thing. And it's ethical conduct. And so since I left the military, in the business world, that's very important. And you find that, but not always. Not that the military is perfect human conduct, but I knew when I retired, and I said this at my retirement ceremony, that I was fortunate to work with the finest people I will ever work with.
Absolutely.
And which is nothing against those that I've worked with in the civilian world, who are wonderful people, but as a group, it's hard to top my shipmates.
Absolutely, yeah. And so on that kind of relating to that field that you've worked with, and of course the passing down of knowledge that's very common throughout aviation, what advice would you give to the younger generations who are either thinking of or are hoping to go into the military? And then after that, is there any advice that you as a retired fighter pilot would give to aspiring aviators?
Sure. I think that, give the military a look. It's not for everyone. And, I was a pilot, and there's lots of jobs to do. And you may find one that appeals to you, or maybe not. That's okay. But I think giving it a look and talking to your friends and family about it, and making a right decision. People often will thank me for my service, and I humbly say, "Gosh, you're welcome. I wouldn't trade a day." But I think that the way that Americans can thank veterans for their service is to live good lives, do the right thing, and to live a moral life, whatever your moral code is, to be a good citizen. As far as aspiring pilots, I think people say, what does it take to be a pilot? And the easy answer is, well, you have to be physically coordinated, walk and chew gum at the same time. You don't have to be a varsity athlete. I wasn't, but and also an ability to memorize things and to retain that knowledge under pressure. So a drill that some guys did in flight school, they would lie on their back and they would bounce a tennis ball off a wall while they recited emergency procedures, as an example. So they just rote memory those emergency procedures while they're doing that physical act. It's an example of how some guys approach this. There is you've got to be prepared, be ready, And if you're prepared and ready when the instructor meets you in the briefing room, the flight's going to go well. If not, it is going to be bad. It's not. You're not going to recover from that. So be prepared with your procedures. Know the question of the day, and then go out and fly. And if the instructor sees that you're prepared, and you may struggle with a maneuver, I sure did. He or she will work with you, and you'll pick it up.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, so definitely a lot of multitasking and problem solving for anybody aspiring to be a pilot, or for anybody who is a pilot, that definitely know about that. All right, and finally, our last question of the day is going to be, what is your hope for the future of our military and also for the future of our country? I did. In that last question, you mentioned, things that people can do to give back to veterans. So is there anything along that lines that you'd like to see or you hope to see in the future? So what's your take on that?
I think that Americans in general could, and up to my generation certainly, could understand our history better and understand the realities of today's geopolitics better. As they go and cast their votes, and to know, to really know what's going on. And you don't have to be an expert. Like I'm connected, and I could go on and on. But to have an understanding, and maybe seek out some information from someone in your circle that might know about this stuff. But just to have an understanding of geopolitics today. Where is Ukraine? And people, many Americans, what? And so I think that, and those people can vote. To have an educated and informed vote. And then what I hope for our country is that we come back to the moral compass that this country was founded on.
Absolutely.
And live that better than we have been. All of us fall short. And all of us can say, okay, I can do better than that. So if each one of us does better, and starting in our own homes and communities, that will get better. I am optimistic for our country. I think, Jackson, you and your generation are going to have wonderful lives here, the advances that in modern medicine and technology. We're going to have flying cars by the end of this decade and stuff like that. Your career in the military that you'll pursue is going to be very bright, and there's always going to be a need, an appreciative need for young men and women like yourself to serve. You will not regret it.
Thank you. Yes, certainly. Yeah, that's incredibly true. What you just said, especially the whole thing with geopolitics and an informed vote, and getting back to veterans, kind of along the same things, is best way to give back is to live, I want to say the American dream and live through the American spirit. So essentially that's having a lot of hope and optimism, being optimistic, but that's also being a well-informed. But yes, I do agree with your optimistic view of the future. I know there are many good things, rewarding things to come, but as throughout history, there are many challenging things that will also come. We'll definitely need to get at least my generation and maybe the one ahead of me, the one behind me, in line for that. So that'll be our next project. So with that is all the questions. So again, I just want to thank you for taking time out of your day today and your 24 years of incredible and outstanding service. It's been an honor, again, on behalf of Because of You I Can't organization and myself, to talk to you and have the opportunity to interview you today. Any specific final remarks that you would like to leave with, or want any of the listeners to know?
Well, Jackson, congratulations to you and your efforts to educate the public on the experiences of veterans, and very well done, and good on you.
Thank you, sir.
Again, a huge thank you to Captain Kevin Miller for providing extremely insightful and extensive knowledge and experiences. Thank you for your impactful and honorable 24 years of service in the world's greatest Navy. For anybody who's interested in or already reading Captain Miller's books, I personally recommend the Flip Wilson series, starting with the Rippin' One. In addition, his historical fiction book, The Silver Waterfall, is simply incredible. In my opinion, it's definitely a must-read for anybody who's interested in military aviation or World War II. The Silver Waterfall offers a unique perspective from both the Japanese and Americans during the historical Battle of Midway, which, as many would argue, was the turning point of World War II in the Pacific theater.
Now we welcome Specialist Victor Moore, who will be interviewed by our very own Because of You I Can founder, Kristen Campbell.
Okay. All right. So we are here with Specialist Victor Moore, who served in the Army National Guard for 7 years, working with the military police. And so we definitely thank you for joining us. And is there anything else you would like to say before we get into interrogating you?
I just appreciate the interest in veterans. I know that right now there's a lot of societal disruption and turmoil, and the veterans like myself, we still appreciate the fact that we're being recognized and we're still here, especially coming up on Veterans Day. And I think it's important that we understand that the veterans are just community members, and I think that's a real important thing to say right now, that we're all part of the same community and we're all trying to, keep our country safe and secure and prosperous for future generations.
Yeah, that's a good point to, kind of put us all on the same level as far as we are all community members, we're all Americans, and we all have our part to do to help our country, prosper, as you say, and to come together and all that. So definitely a good point, especially right now. There's a lot going on. So again, thank you so much for your time. And I'm not sure it started recording, so I'm going to introduce you one more time, and then he can flip this around.
Okay.
But this is Specialist Victor Moore, and he is here with us today, and he served in the Army National Guard for 7 years with the military police, and we're very thankful that he has taken the time out of his day to join us here. So we'll get into our first question. So let's start off with what inspired you to serve.
Well, my grandfather was in World War II. He served in the Pacific Theater with the Navy. And so he had 4 girls and a boy, and none of them went to the military. And he didn't make a big deal out of his military service. He was the guy that had like one picture of him in uniform mixed into the family pictures on the piano. And but I always felt like, that service should continue. And even as a little guy, I always wanted to wear a uniform and run around and help people and, just the whole Army police thing. And then I found out that the military had police officers. And I was pretty well hooked at that point. That grew into kind of a secret obsession. By the time I hit 19 years old, life wasn't going perfect. I didn't really have a lot of college prospects. And my grandfather was right there in the back of my mind all the time. It's like, you know what, let's just do it. And so I went ahead and I joined the National Guard, because that way I still could have a life outside the military, but I could still understand it and train. And little did I know I would spend very little time on reserve
Right.
during that time with the National Guard. So yeah, so that's kind of what got me into it.
Yeah, well, good. So can you expand on then, little did you know that you would spend so little time in the reserves. Can you tell us what that entails?
Sure. So I went into the military, actually reserve, for the reserves. So I had delayed entry. So the school date, I was trying to do what's called OSIT, one station unit training. And so they have to align where basic training will start and end at the same time the military police academy will start and end.
Okay.
So I had a bit of a delay. I went in December of 1999 at 19 years old. I actually wound up heading to basic. I started basic training in September of 2000. And I was 20. I was the old guy in basic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, shortly thereafter, you finish basic, you report to your unit, you start doing your weekends. I remember doing annual training that first year for 2 weeks. Every year you do an annual training for 2 weeks somewhere, and it's basically just a really condensed war simulation. So you kind of get an idea of how to work together as a team and how to accomplish multitask missions that might take days instead of 20 minutes.
Right.
Excuse me. So 2011 or 2001, 9/11, 2001 happened. And all of a sudden the world flipped upside down, as anybody that was alive during that time knows. But it also flipped upside down for the military because suddenly we were thrust into a war that we had no idea how to fight.
Right.
From the insider's perspective, I was still training Soviet doctrine, which meant large tank battles, large areas. And then it became, we're going to do small unit tactics, but we don't know what that means, and we'll teach you as we go. I'm like, cool. So immediately after 9/11, I was put on as security for a terrorism task force, a joint terrorism task force in the Seattle area. They were it was partially ran out of the headquarters building for the National Guard, and so I was put on a physical security team. I was part of that task force that secured the site. So I was on active duty right after 9/11 until Christmas timeframe. And then I came off those orders, and those would have been what's called Title 32. So that was state orders. I was under state control at that point. And then the Olympics was going on. And of course, 2002 Winter Games, they're really concerned about what is this going to look like when everybody in the world shows up. They just attacked us and the whole world via the World Trade Center. Are they going to hit us again? And so they called up the military again, and we were one of the National Guard units deployed to Salt Lake City. And so again, another deployment, not doing weekends, every day wearing the uniform. So basically from September until about September of 01 to March of 02, I was in uniform every day. I was a military police officer doing my job. Came off that, and then right at the end of 2003, we were cut orders. We were called up for Iraq because May of that year we had invaded Iraq in 2002. And November we reported in for training, and we trained. So back on duty again. Trained from November till first week of Marchish. First, second week of March, 2000. That would have been 2004. So November 03 to March 04. And then I was suddenly in Kuwait. And we were in Kuwait for about 2 weeks to acclimate. And then we went into Iraq proper. And I was in Iraq from March 2004 to March 2005. So again, still wearing a uniform, supposedly National Guard. Right. And so came off that. I stayed on for 1 month as a bailiff and a evidence custodian for our JAG officer, Judge Advocacy General, basically our attorneys, our prosecutors. And I stayed on with them for 1 month until they could process through all the soldiers that were being prosecuted for the various crimes and laws that they broke, because we do prosecute people that do wrong things in a war zone. Came off of that it would have been June of 2005, and I went back to the reserve thing. I stayed on as a trainer. I did training at Yakima at Fort Lewis for National Guard members for urban combat, but that was back to the weekend. So of the whole 7 years I was in, from December 99 to December 06. So of that whole 7 years, I was really wearing a uniform probably 3.5 years. Of that National Guard time.
Right.
So, yeah. So sorry, that was kind of a long-winded version, but that's kind of why it happened, and it just kept staggering out.
Yeah. So that kind of makes me wonder. So if somebody's out there thinking about joining, whether it be, National Guard or anything like that. So if you join the National Guard, you're on reserves, but you are needed full time. Is that pretty much that's part of the understanding that, hey, even if you've got a full-time job and we need you full time here, that takes precedence over your civilian job.
Yeah. And they win by force of arrest and imprisonment if you don't.
Oh, wow. Okay. So is that part of what you agree to when you sign up?
Yeah, you sign the contract that you're with them. But caveat to that, now there are hardships. If both parents are in the military, they'll only deploy one at a time to make sure that the child has care. If the single person that's in the military is primary breadwinner, They bring in the money for the family, and they are in a situation where if they leave, their family would be at a severe detriment in like living conditions. Like if the husband or the wife, let's go this far. Let's say the wife leaves, but she's the caregiver for a husband that is, let's say, can't work. There are times where those deployments would be canceled. Those orders would be canceled for those individuals, and they do have a hardship type clause that can come into play. So I don't want people to think that, it's all or nothing.
Right. Yeah.
There are exceptions. It's rare, but there are exceptions. The other thing too is they cut you federal orders. So by federal law, if you have that piece of paper, you go to your employer and say, "Hey, I just got called up for Iraq for a year." That employer has to hold your job at the pay rate, at the same level for promotions or anything else. When you return, you start like it's day 2.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So you walk right back into the job at the same level. If they do not do that, then they can get in trouble.
Okay.
Legally. So there are protections, but yes, the primary is the military. They own you.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. So on that note, what advice would you give to anybody who is thinking of joining, whether it be reserves or, going all in?
Sure. So there's 3 different groupings. There's what I call active duty, reserve, and National Guard. First, look at what it is you want to do. If it's a job that you're really passionate about and you really want to do it, let's take something non-combat. Let's say aircraft mechanic, because that's a great skill. You learn that, you can get a job at Boeing when you get out. You're set. So they'll teach you, they'll train you. But if you find something like that, you want to do it all the time, then go active. Maybe think about Air Force or Navy, freight flight programs. So just basically, I would go through the different service branches and see what the jobs are that they offer, and then ask yourself, is this something that I want to do as a primary job, or is this something I want to do if my country needs me? I'll be there. And that kind of starts to create the path between active duty, full life, and reserve, National Guard.
Yeah, that's good. That's good advice. Good advice. So tell us a little bit about what made your service rewarding or worth the sacrifice of, the 7 years that you spent?
Sure. I think the biggest reward is knowing that I did my part, I guess, and that can look a lot different for a lot of different people. I don't want people to misconstrue that to say that they aren't doing their part if they're not military. It's just that was my role to fill for America. We have like you, we have teachers, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have people that fill roles, and I just felt like for me that was the role I was meant to fill. And then it was also time to pass that torch.
Right.
But I think the most rewarding, I don't know, I wouldn't have gotten experiences in I can't think of the word. My outlook on the world, my view of how things are, was dramatically altered and changed in each step of my experience in the military. And I think traveling around the world, being in situations that were high stress, being in situations that were very joyous and rewarding. So getting to meet people from other cultures and, learning about different people, because in a war, just because you're in a war zone doesn't mean everybody's fighting you. And I make that point, I've made that point numerous times about people are people are people. And so, learning about people, I think, is always rewarding. And I think it's really given me a broader scope of even what it means to just be an American. Not take for granted those little things that we have, those little freedoms. I saw people in Iraq walk 3-4 hours one direction to vote for the first time in the history of their country, a real vote. We just voted. And what did we do? We ran to the grocery store and picked up some milk and some beer and maybe some snacks. And, oh, yeah, there's the voting booth out back. I'll just pop in there, do it real quick, right? And so, we take that for granted, and we don't understand the desire that many people in the world have. So I don't know, just those little perspectives on life and those perspectives on the world at large versus America, I think is interesting and very rewarding.
Yes, I agree. And I do know a lot about your service. We've
Yeah.
had many discussions, and we do appreciate the fact that we have those who are willing to fill that role, because, as you've said, not everybody has that role to fill. We all play a different part, and I tell my students all the time, there's less than 1% of our population serves in the military. And yet we have the strongest, greatest military in the world. So it's amazing that the things that we're able to accomplish with our military, and people like you who are willing to step up and take that baton, if you will, and carry that torch for us. So what would you say, just to any of the, to those who are participating in this tournament, because it is a that combat tournament, the flight simulator combat. So there might be some of those who are interested in, the military, just, for the excitement aspect. But
Sure.
would you recommend, signing up? Is that something that I know you said the benefits, but I guess where I'm going is, in our discussions that I've had with you before, what you did in the military, you're really hoping to kind of carry on with what you want to do in civilian life. So can you kind of explain maybe how that path, even though you are not in the military anymore, you are still using a lot of the things and hoping to serve the military even now as a civilian?
Sure. So, with this being a flight simulator tournament, the whole idea of being a pilot, a lot of people take that for granted because you can sit in your living room and you can build a whole cockpit and you can fly a plane and do all the funness. The difference for anybody that's thinking about signing up, especially if you want to be a combat pilot, because I actually know a couple. One of my instructors at Texas Tech, Colonel Lewis, is a former F-16 pilot, and he has combat time, and he's actually done what y'all are simulating. So, with that said, remember in real life, and I'm going to take this to a solemn note, and I'll bring it back around to a happy note. But remember, in real life, there's no reset button. There is no restart. If your plane is shot down and it's catastrophic, that's the end of the game in real life. So that's something to consider. Not everything's truly a simulation. And when you're actually doing it, it's real, and your life is on the line. My life was on the line when I deployed to Iraq, and I was well aware of that, as was my wife. But if you play the game correctly, you can win, and you can come out on the other side, and you can be a better person because of it, hopefully. But I would say if you're thinking about signing up, also look at what the requirements are for the job you want. For instance, if you truly want to be a pilot, since we're, this is a flight simulation, let's stay with that. If you truly want to be a pilot and you love to fly, how are you at math? How are you at trigonometry? Do you think you could do calculus? Because most of the people that become pilots are engineers, or they're mathematicians, because it's a lot. High level, highbrow level mathematics, physics, all those kind of high level science and math, because that's what you're doing. You're working within physics and mathematics to run an intercept pattern on a moving target, right? So with that, if you're not great at math, maybe you change your goal and you say, well, I still love airplanes and I would love to be a jet engine mechanic. Okay, you still get to be on the flight line. You still get to be involved in the pilots. You still make sure that plane is in the best condition possible for the guy that's going to go out there and use it, right? Because it's just a big tool. That's all a plane is a huge tool. So, there's different ways to keep in the game, which takes it back to me. So I was a military police officer. I loved the investigation. I loved using my mind. I like to study and examine and observe. And all those skills came naturally to me, but they were highly enhanced by my time in law enforcement with the military, and also my time in combat, which takes you to a different level because you start to evaluate not really criminality but survival.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you start to mesh those two, it's like, well, how can I use these skills? And so for me now, what I'm looking at is trying to become an analyst in the corporate or in the actual federal government,
Mm-hmm.
but in the role of a defense, and using my mind and those tools, that toolbox that I've got of observation and critical thinking and abstract thinking, and taking that and trying to then keep America safe and still fill my role. Going back to the original thought of filling a role, I still feel like that's my role, but I had to pause it, and I had to go back to school, and I had to go, write some papers and prove that I actually was as nerdy as I am, and then hopefully someone will reward me with a job. So, it's all about short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. And if you can find something that aligns for all three, then you won't have to do what I did and take that pause and reassess. You can just keep stepping forward. So that if you're going to join the military, think about those midterm and long-term goals and how you can take that job and maybe translate it. And if it doesn't translate, then is this something you just want to do for a little while and then you'll do something different later? And that's okay too, but just be aware of that.
Very good. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for, that's great advice. And, your experience definitely speaks to how the military has influenced you and shaped your views. And, from what I know of you, your military experience is something that you value, you cherish, and you wouldn't change for the world. So we definitely are appreciative of your service and for your time today. And we hope that this tournament goes well. And do you have any last minute things to say to those who are participating?
Best of luck.
Awesome.
Hope you're able to win it. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty, thank you to all those who've tuned in to this veteran stream today. We hope you enjoyed that interview. I know I certainly did. And again, thank you to Specialist Victor Moore for both his service and taking time out of his day to conduct that interview. And we'd also like to thank our Because of You I Can founder, Kristen Campbell, for that interview as well. Now, in 10 minutes, currently we're going to go and take a break, and then 10 minutes, we're going to interview Lieutenant General Wendy Masiello and her husband, Major General Thomas Masiello. So that's going to be another excellent interview, as they all are, so go ahead and be sure to tune back in 10 minutes.
It's pretty cool.
All right, we are ready to start our interview with General Wendy Masiello and her husband, Major General Tom Masiello. I'll start with General Wendy Masiello introducing her. She graduated from the ROTC program at Texas Tech University and was the first in her immediate family to join the military. Throughout her 36 years serving in the Air Force, her primary job was to fly biplanes, satellites, and missiles used by our nation's warfighter. But she also commanded an Air Force base in California and lived and worked in Iraq and Afghanistan for 6 months, supporting the soldiers and Marines during Operation Enduring Freedom. Her husband, Major General Tom Masiello, grew up in New York and graduated from the Air Force Academy and began his service as a fighter pilot, and then continued as a test pilot, where he conducted developmental tests of new airplanes and weapon systems to ensure they performed the way they were designed to perform before they were sent to the front lines. He served 1 year in Iraq and ended his 35-year career as the commander of the Air Force Research Lab. So welcome to both of you. Thank you for participating in this interview and giving our tournament goers something to latch on to as far as what military is all about and service, and giving us a chance to honor you for your service. So thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Kristen. We're glad to be here.
Definitely.
All right, so we'll start off with our first question, and you guys can kind of tag team or decide who wants to go first or second or whatever. So let's just start off with what inspired both of you to serve? What kind of drove that desire to join the military?
Go ahead, Wendy.
So what inspired me to serve was I grew up in Lubbock, Texas, and I loved Lubbock, Texas. But my grandparents were in Chicago, Illinois. I had lived in Oklahoma and Kansas prior to that. And while I loved Lubbock, Texas, I knew there was this kind of big world out there, and I really was interested in exploring and understanding what that was. And the Air Force was a great opportunity to learn more about our big world by living in different locations. But the bigger part of joining the service was I really liked the idea of being part of something bigger than myself. And the United States Air Force really offered that opportunity to me, and I kind of grabbed onto that because I wanted to see what that was. What was that all about, and how and where could I make a difference?
Good.
I'll say for me, honestly, I grew up in a very, when you say New York, people automatically think New York City. Actually, it was a very small town in Western New York. And there was not a big at all military community there. My dad did serve in the Army during World War II. He fought in the South Pacific, but it's not like we were a military family by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, he rarely talked about it. What initially got me, honestly, interested in joining the military was for an education. Had an opportunity to go to the Air Force Academy. I just knew it was a great education. But just being there and serving and really getting immersed in the culture, it's just impossible not to be motivated to serve and carry on with a career in the military.
That's great. So, Wendy, you decided to serve. Was it your goal to serve to join as a career? Whereas Tom said, he was thinking kind of more as an education and maybe not necessarily a career.
No, actually not at all, Kristen. My initial commitment was for 4 years, and I thought, 4 years and out. I really wanted the experience. I thought that would be enough. One thing I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure I could earn a living and I could do that on my own. And the military gave me that opportunity to prove that I knew how and could take care of myself.
Oh, for sure.
Remember, I graduated way back in 1980 from college. And women were just starting to break out as, major employees for our nation. And but at the end of that 4 years, it was like, I kind of like this. And the Air Force kept giving me better opportunities every time I turned around. So every time I was at a point where I could make a decision to do something different, to leave, there was something really awesome hanging in front of me that I just didn't want to let go of. And so I just kept on going for 36 years.
Yeah, that's amazing. Very good. And so, Tom, you never had any second guesses about, making a career out of it once you what kind of really made you decide, okay, more than an education. This is a career.
Well, so went to, the Air Force Academy, went to college, and then went off to pilot training. And quite frankly, flying airplanes, it was fun.
Oh,
and just part of the squadron, and it really did not seem like a job at all. And just loved the esprit de corps, loved flying, and initially, even at graduation, I didn't think I was going to be 20-year career. A lot like Wendy, well, let's just see how it works out. And as each opportunity presented itself, I said, yeah, I'd like to go do that. And just next thing you know, it was 35 years later.
Right. Well, that's awesome. I mean, 36 years, 35 years service, that is quite the career, especially in something that, requires quite a bit of sacrifice at times. So can you tell us a little bit about what that sacrifice looked like? What was maybe the hardest thing with regard to serving, maybe the biggest challenge?
I think many people in the service struggle mostly with the moves, because military service does require moves. A lot of people are under the misconception that doesn't happen in corporate America, but that happens in corporate America too. But it is hard, because not only are you moving a lot, but especially many of the flying community, the pilots, those who are in that environment, and even with our conflicts that we've been participating in for years, you're away from your home and your family a lot. And that, for the military member out doing their job, that's kind of part of their job. For the family members that are left behind now, taking care of kids, having their own jobs, being away from immediate family members and moms and dads, and that core support system, living in other countries or remote areas of our nation. And those are always challenges for the community. And that's hard for a lot of members, just being away from families and people being gone all the time. But when you go in with your eyes wide open, that's part of the adjustment. And I think it's really important. And when you make that decision to become a part of the military, that is kind of part of the reality that comes along with it. And so it's important to think about that and make deliberate decisions when you choose that lifestyle.
Right.
And I think, Wendy hit the nail on the head in terms of the biggest sacrifice is time away from family. And then if you grew up in the same town like I did, well, you're not going to be able to see your mom and dad and the rest of your siblings like you would if you stayed there. But I will also tell you, everybody's in the same boat. So when you're gone, and there's no doubt about it, especially in this sort of ops rhythm, people are gone a lot. They're deployed overseas and they leave their family behind. But what's nice about the military, what's specifically about the Air Force, but all the services, that there is a support system for the family back home. All your whole social circle is kind of in the same situation, and so folks look out for each other. There are structures to make sure the families are taken care of. So it is a sacrifice. You are gone, but it's not like the families are just forgotten about. It's just not like that.
Right.
People look out for each other.
Kristen, Tom and I didn't get married until I was 38. So I was single for a really long time when I was in the military. And Tom's comments about the military being a family in its own right are just so true. Everywhere I went, my family became my military brothers and sisters, and the people that I worked with on a day in and day out basis. And he's so true that they took care of me as a single person, just in the same way they take care of the family members when their military member is out of town or gone.
Yeah. And that is something that I've heard over the years with doing our Warrior Project with our students and interviewing and talking to many military members, that, that is your family. It's not that you forget your family at home, but, that becomes your family, and you need that, especially in like you were saying, the conflicts and all that we're seeing ourselves in or have seen ourselves in the last, many, many years. So, all right. So on that note, let's take it to more of a positive note as far as, challenges or what's difficult. What makes it most rewarding? In other words, and you can kind of take this two ways, what's most rewarding about your service or what makes that sacrifice of, your time in the military worth it?
You start this time.
I think at the end of the day, it's all about the people.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the relationships and the friends you make, and it starts with the mission. And everybody is focused on accomplishing that mission, whatever it is. With Wendy buying satellites, or the first part of my career, I was stationed in Europe during the Cold War, and where there's still a Soviet Union, and you train to really provide a deterrent effect so that you're going to prevent war, and everyone's focused on that mission, and it's very rewarding at the end of the day as you accomplish those missions.
For me, Kristen, this is the thing that I loved is I had the opportunity in the acquisition environment. We were buying technology that was going to contribute to the defense of the United States.
Right.
Or it was going to help other people and other nations realize their future. And I took it very personally because I was charged to manage the money that came from Congress to spend that. And I took it seriously. When I was asked to make sure I was paying the right price, I was going to make sure I was going to pay the right price because in the end, it was all of us taxpayers paying that bill. And I took it really seriously that's what I was there to do. And my challenge was to do the very best job because I wanted my dollars to go as far as they possibly could for your sake, for my sake, for my kids' sake, for the future of our nation, and for global peace. If we can get to that point, just getting to that point.
Right.
And it's amazing when you think about what it is that you are responsible for each and every day, that what I give in terms of tools or weapon systems to the pilots, to the satellite drivers, to the leaders who need good command and control when they're in tough conflicts and tough environments, making sure they have the best capability there is what's going to make sure that we have that future.
Right. Well, and I can imagine.
I have to say, she doesn't have that same philosophy with our checkbook.
I wonder, that was kind of going to be a follow-up question.
I appreciate that.
What pressure to be in charge of so much, money from the military, and from the government. And then, I can't imagine the pressure there. But then the follow-up question was going to be, how has your service maybe changed you, affected you, benefited you? And, apparently there is a benefit for that. And but
benefit wasn't there, but that's okay.
Not for you. Not for your checkbook.
It's funny that you say that. When you look at peers that come out of colleges and universities, a lot of times your military membership doesn't really bring in the cash that some of those programs are going to do, especially when you move up in rank and you watch what your peers are making. But in the end, you look back on the things and the opportunities that you've had and the decisions that you've had to make, and it's all worth it. In the end, it's okay. It's okay to have not been there, but.
Well, you look at that and I think we all have a place to fill, and we're Americans and we have a role. And when everybody, contributes and plays their part, that's what the beauty of our country is. And so, I still find it shocking. And then when I do this, with my kids every year, they are surprised that, less than 1% of our country serves. And yet, you look at what we're able to accomplish with our military and, the strength of it and all. And I think, that says a lot, of course, about our military, but also about our country as a whole. So, that is shocking that, 1%, less than 1% is able to do what, you guys have done.
You know what I will say a huge benefit is for the commensurate amount of an equivalent job in the civilian world, you have levels of responsibility right off the bat. Even when you take a pilot, within 2 years, you're the aircraft commander versus you go into the civilian airline industry. It'll take years before you're the captain. And it flows down to everything in terms of I work for Northrop Grumman, and I'm in the defense industry, the corporate world. Before individuals get a chance to manage people, to be supervisors, it takes years after college. Where military, you're supervising on day one, depending on what career field you go in. And then you're junior enlisted, they might go from high school right into the military, but within a couple of years, again, they're supervising other high school kids. It's amazing. And so it teaches you leadership skills. It teaches you just levels of responsibility, that how important it is that if you're not going to get anything done unless you take care of your folks and you get everyone aligned towards a mission. And so even if you just serve 4 or 5 years, you're going to come with such an amazing skill set that can be applied anywhere across our economy.
Right.
So, Coach, I'll just piggyback on Tom's experience. I didn't have the squadron experience, but in acquisition, in the business side of the military, within 2 years of working in the acquisition environment, I was managing a $2 billion program.
Oh, wow.
$2 billion
Amazing.
As a very young officer. And my peers were still figuring out life. And when you demonstrate your capability in the military service, because there aren't very many, like you said, 1% of the people ever have that experience, they are so grateful that you're there that they throw opportunities at you as soon as you demonstrate that you're interested and that you're capable. And it's fabulous to be trusted like that in a way you never expected.
Right. And I can imagine, what that does for, anybody, having that level of trust and support and responsibility, what that does for your self-esteem, what that does for you going forward, regardless, like Tom was saying, whether you stick with the military or not, those are character traits and things that you adopt that you may not be able to get in the civilian world, or it takes, a lot longer.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, what would you say, and where this kind of is building on what we're talking about, but what would you say to somebody who might be on the fence about joining?
I think military service is always a personal decision. You shouldn't make that decision because somebody else tells you should do it. It's a calling. Military service is something you should want to do, whether it's for a short period of time or for it's a career or a lifetime. It's hard work. It's a lot of responsibility, but if you're not afraid of challenges, if you're not afraid to try something new, if you want to test your mettle, it's a great place to do that. And so many people don't understand how quickly that can happen for them in a military environment. And it's changing so rapidly that if you like the idea of change, this is a great because it's always changing. And if you're good with change, it's a great way to really excel because people sometimes are challenged by that. We have to constantly be reassessing what we're doing. We have to constantly be improving our capabilities. We have to always be thinking ahead. And this military environment is a great place to practice those kinds of skills, problem-solving skills quickly, rapidly, and looking to the future to help inform it and make it better each time.
I would say also, if you're on the fence, just going back to where I was in high school and not really been around anyone that was in the military, what I knew about the military was watching MASH. It had a stereotype of, and thinking, I don't want to go in, and you can't sleep in, you get yelled at. But so just talk to people that are in the military, talk to people close to your age group, really understand what you're getting into versus just the stereotypes or what you've heard and rumors, and don't be afraid based on what you watch on TV, I guess,
Right.
is what I'm saying. You try to get as informed as you can.
Right.
But don't be afraid of it, honestly, especially if you're on the fence.
Right. Well, that, to me, the idea of change, the idea of growth, the idea of opportunity, and how it can benefit you if you decide not to do the career out of it.
Right.
It's an amazing opportunity for so many different avenues that you could explore. Especially, the military looks for what where your strengths are and builds on that and puts you where it's not like you go in, right, and they just say, okay, this is what you're doing, and you don't really have any choices. So
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
good. Well, let's wrap this up with anything else you would like to say to our tournament participants, anything you want to leave them with before we end our interview.
Kristen, I'll just say this. I'm super excited about the tournament that's being hosted. What a great opportunity to test your skills, your motor skills, your understanding, your problem-solving skills, and your hand-eye coordination. Is that pretty cool? And for our fighter pilots or any pilot in today's environment, but when you think about where technology is evolving in our Air Force, or even as you look to the new Space Force, there are so many opportunities to take the skills that you've learned in these types of games, these gaming skills, and apply those in our today's military environments. Where you are each and every day sitting there doing that simulation, that's what our future is in the military, taking those skills from an artificial intelligence perspective and learning, applying those in whether they're UAVs or communicating with satellites, or even moving tanks across the road. It's amazing what and where our technology is going, and you guys are right smack in the middle of it. And to take those skills and move them into the military, whether it's Air Force or any other military service, you're on the cutting edge, and to be able to do that is pretty amazing. So thanks for being interested in this, and thanks for supporting the military concept and ideas, and the men and women who have served before and still are serving our great nation. Thanks.
So just to piggyback on Wendy, I would say kind of from an American way of war, the way America looks at the military, one of the tenets is we are going to use technology to the max extent possible to help our service members in harm's way. That doesn't mean you won't go in harm's way. That doesn't mean you may or may not be in danger, if you will. But America is committed to fielding the most advanced technology to keep you as safe as possible on the battlefield. And so that means conducting leading edge technology that you cannot really have access to almost anywhere else in the country. It's just a way of life within the Air Force and now the Space Force. So if you enjoy technology, I mean, just in terms of the group here in the tournament they're doing, obviously that's part of what they like, and automation and that sort of thing. It could be very, very rewarding for people that are technology inclined.
Great. Well, we want to thank you so much for your time today. And more importantly, thank you for your service, 35 and 36 years of service to our country. We truly appreciate the service and sacrifice and everything you do to help us maintain our freedoms and the things that we enjoy here that oftentimes we take for granted. So we're glad that we get this opportunity to hear from you about your experiences and that we get to say thank you. So thank you for joining.
Kristen, thank
Thanks
you.
for what you do for the program for your young people. I really appreciate that, Kristen.
Thank you.
On that. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
What another incredible interview. There were some incredible stories and experiences shared in that interview, and I hope that everybody enjoyed that interview as much as I did. And again, thank you to Ms. Masiello and Mr. Masiello for taking time out of their day to take part in that interview. We also thank Kristen Campbell for conducting that interview, as well as playing a big role in organizing the tournaments and interviews. Like last time, the next interview will be in 10 minutes, so be sure to stay tuned.
All right, so we are here today with Staff Sergeant Omar Hernandez and Sergeant Kaylee McFadden. We're very happy that they decided to join us for the interviews during this tournament. So welcome to both of you.
Hi.
Hi.
All right, we're so glad to have you. I'm going to introduce each one of you, and then we'll get into learning a little bit more about you and your service. So Staff Sergeant Omar Hernandez joined the Army National Guard on April 1st, 1999, and served in Fort Sam Houston following the 9/11 attacks. He assisted our Border Patrol and the U.S. Marshals, trained soldiers, sailors, and airmen deploying to Iraq, and was deployed to Iraq for 2 tours. He received over 25 military awards and recognition over his 21 years of service. Sergeant Kaylee McFadden served in the U.S. Army Reserves from June 2007 to June 2018. She served at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, Fort Jackson, South Carolina, and Fort Lee, Virginia as a supply sergeant in infantry support, and she served as the battalion S3 NCO for an instructor unit in Lubbock, Texas. Sergeant McFadden served 1 tour in Iraq as detainee operations and corrections at Camp Cropper Iraqi Prison with the 89th MP Brigade. Over her 11-year career as in the U.S. Army Reserves, she received over 20 military awards and recognitions. So thank you so much for both of you, your service for both of you, and happy Veterans Day on this day. We are actually doing this interview on
It's our pleasure.
Thank you very much for your time today as well. All right, so we're going to get right into the interview questions. I guess we'll kind of start with what made you decide to serve, what inspired you to serve. Each of you can decide who wants to go first, and just tell us a little bit about what was the impetus to your serving.
So for me, it was to just do something for myself. And of course, I was a mom at the time. I had a 2-year-old little boy. And I felt that this would be a great opportunity to better myself as a woman, as a human being, as a mom, as a role model, and as a provider. So, and it just sounded like something that I felt like I could do at the time.
Yeah. So was anybody else in your family, had anybody else served, previously? Was there, or were you the first one?
So my grandfather on my mother's side served in World War II with the Army, but he had passed away when I was 2 years old. So there was no military influence in my life. Right. So in a way, I'm kind of the first, but at the same time, I'm not.
Yeah. Did you have any reservations, having a young child? Because, you typically kind of see that's a choice that a lot of people make right out of high school or out of college or before family. And I've had some interviews with people who've decided after they've, made a life in a different direction and then decided to go this direction. So was there anything that made you maybe have some reservations about that?
Just leaving him behind was probably the biggest reservation because, you're, as a mom, you're literally with him from birth. And just being apart from him was the hardest part.
And how
he was also my motivation, so I had to keep
that's interesting.
I'm doing this for him. I'm doing this for us.
Right. And so how did he respond? I know he was quite young when you entered, but as he grew, what was his response to your serving?
He didn't like it when I went away, especially when I deployed. He thought that every time I put the uniform on, he thought that I was leaving again. So that, so there were some scary moments for him, but now that he's 16, he is more appreciative and he's very proud of my service, and it has motivated him to want to join the military himself.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great to hear. All right, thank you. So Omar, what about you? Your impetus or your inspiration for serving?
Well, before graduating high school, in my junior year, my cousin, he came up to me and he was like, "Hey, I'm thinking about getting into the Army. Do you want to go?" I was like, "What are you talking about getting into the Army? We're not done with school yet." So I was like, "You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and do it." So we both went through boot camp and our training and stuff, but a lot of it had to do with my cousin mentioning it and then hyping me up, But
Right.
I don't regret that at all. It's been pretty good the last 21 years.
Yeah. Yeah, because you made a career out of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so did your cousin have any sort of, reasoning? Was there any particular reason why he decided to join and then quote unquote drag you along?
Well, he was in ROTC since middle school. As soon as he can get into ROTC, he was in. Mm-hmm. And then his path was trying to get into the Army. Mm-hmm. So Estacado had offered the Army Junior ROTC program, so that's where he went, and from there he was all Army.
Yeah, that's awesome. Did he make a career out of it as well?
No, after I think about 10 years, he called it quits. And that was after our second deployment to Iraq. He was like, "You know what? I've had enough of this, and I'm getting out." But I still stayed in. So
yeah. And what made you continue and make it a career?
Well, I figured that at 10 years, I'm halfway there, and to retire, you have to get 20 years. So I was like, "Oh, should I throw this all away,
right,
or continue on?" So I'm like, "You know what? Heck with it. I'll reenlist." So I raised my right hand up again, and I said, "I'll do it again for another 6 years," and kept on going. I did 6 years, then 2 years, and then 4 years, and with 21 years of service, and now I'm retired.
Retired, yeah. So how's that going? What are you doing now with your retirement?
A whole bunch of nothing.
He's growing out his beard.
Beard, yes, I like it.
Yeah. No, I picked up on woodworking, so I make little woodworking little deals and stuff. And it keeps my mind busy. It keeps me busy. I've been a busybody, so I can't stay still for a long period of time. And it's also, I have time to spend with my wife, with son, for holidays, where whenever I was in, our training always fell on a holiday, or on a weekend that we were planning to do something. Mm-hmm. So now I don't have to worry about that now. Being retired it's good.
Yeah, I bet. I'm glad you're enjoying that. So tell me about the dynamics of being married and serving. How did that affect you? What was how did you make this work? What effect did that have on you as a couple?
Well, in the beginning, when we were dating, we were in the same unit, and we were both professionals. So as soon as the uniform went on, we knew how to be professionals as service members in the same company, and no one knew for the first 6 months that we were even dating. That's how well we did really well. We just maintained our military bearing, our professionalism, and kept it like that. And then when we got married, I was in a different unit at that point. So the only difficult parts were when we had separate drill weekends. Now we're different units. We would drill on different weekends. So there went 2 weekends out of the whole month that, we couldn't see each other or do anything or schedule anything. Double the annual trainings in the summer.
Yeah, there was a time where she had her training for 2 weeks.
No, I was gone for a month.
Oh, for a month. I'm sorry. She was gone for a month. She'd come home, and right when she come home the next day, I'm gone.
Oh my.
Yes.
And then I'm gone for 2 weeks.
Is that just the way it fell, or is that just kind of
Yeah.
okay? Because I know
Yeah.
in a situation in the Army where if both parents are serving, they kind of work it out where one parent can be home with the children if there's children, or
That normally works if you're active duty.
Okay.
When you're serving, but when you're both serving active duty and you do have a child and say both of you get called up for deployment or some sort of training, that yes, there's ways to work that out. Unfortunately, with us being reservists, we sort of, you sort of get the short end of the stick.
Right.
And we just kind of have to make it work.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. Well, so kind of building on, the years of service, what did you find to be the most rewarding? Because I kind of, we talked about the challenges here with, being gone and not being, home at the same time. So what would you then say would be the most rewarding about serving?
I would say for me, it would be a sense of self. Just finding my place, helping me grow as a person, as a leader, as a mom. Because even in the Army, I kind of took on that mom role, and I liked to take care of those under me, but like the newly enlisted soldiers. At one point, I wanted to be a drill sergeant to make better soldiers. So I think the sense of self for me was probably one of the most rewarding aspects of being able to serve, especially as a woman, because this is still relatively new for, the history of our military.
Right. And so what would you say, if this is a flight simulator tournament, and again, you're typically looking at more of a male interest in all of that. So if we happen to have any participants who are female, what would you say to them about serving, if they're thinking about it or considering that as a possibility?
Go for it. Because they can't tell you no just because you're female. If this is something you have a passion for and you can see yourself doing, then go for it.
And what about the places for women to serve? I know they can pretty much do whatever, but what do you see as being, a woman signing up? Where do you see them serving? Where do you see their roles typically happening? What does that look like?
Obviously, earlier, it used to be more specific jobs that only females were allowed to enlist into. Now they're allowing females in infantry, more combat roles.
When the combat roles were predominantly male, now they're starting to integrate the females. So like what Kaylee said, the infantry, they were going through Ranger School, which was predominantly male, and Special Forces schools.
Wow.
So if you put your mind to it, you can do anything.
That's awesome, and we're definitely making strides with that. So glad to see that that is something that our military is working on, and that you've been a part of, Kaylee. Awesome. All right, so Omar, what about you? The most rewarding part of your service?
I would have to say meeting new people, the camaraderie that is instilled. Whenever we would go out to different bases, it was like part of the family. Even though you didn't get to meet that person or know that person well, you had like respect for that person, and there was some sort of camaraderie there that was not written. It's one of the unwritten rules, about being in the military, no matter what branch you are in. you can see a veteran and you can go up to them and start talking to them, and you just had all kinds of things in common, which was amazing. Like today, we went to HEB, we were talking to veterans.
A Navy vet and a Marine veteran out of just
nowhere.
Yeah, in the middle of the drink aisle.
Right.
And
can you guys just pick each other out? You just kind of say, but that's a better, yeah.
Well, I noticed the caps.
Oh, okay.
They were wearing caps, so when I see the caps, and of course when they look older than me, I immediately will go and thank them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, without even saying anything about myself.
Yeah.
But one of the gentlemen just assumed, and he was like, "Thank you for yours," and I was like,
what?
I mean, I didn't have a shirt on or anything,
right?
That spoke military, but I don't know. So somehow he knew.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always look at the hats.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because especially with our World War II, Korea, and Vietnam veterans, they got the least amount of thanks,
right,
compared to Omar and myself.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
And that's how it started.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and family, the camaraderie, the brotherhood, the sisterhood, just that whole, that's what kind of has been a resounding theme through all these interviews is, that is one of the biggest rewards is, yes, you're leaving family behind and that's hard, but your family is there with you serving as well. And that becomes, your rock and what you depend on too. So
how we met.
Yeah, there you go. So there can be love in the, you can find it. So that's awesome. Very good. So I would kind of try to wrap up here with what you hope for the future of our country, our military. What are your thoughts with that, kind of the direction we're taking? What are your hopes and all that for our country as a whole and for the military specifically?
Country as a whole, I hope, unity, people come together, support one another. Not everybody is perfect, so I mean, don't treat them like they are.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has their flaws, or everybody makes mistakes. Just treat them as equals. That's how I think that our country would be better, is if we treat each other as equals more than, well, I do all this and you don't do all this, so I'm better than you. It just doesn't jive with us.
Yeah.
Treat them the way that you want to be treated.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Definitely agree with Omar as far as the unity part of it. I would love to see it more unified.
Mm-hmm.
And people coming together, getting along, but serving with a purpose.
Yeah.
I hope that the generations after me and those considering joining, they serve with a purpose, that they're doing this because this is something they want to do, and they want to, not only make themselves better as an individual and as a team, learning that teamwork environment, but also just for our country, because especially the state that our country is in right now, we could use all the love we can possibly get.
Agreed.
So.
Agreed. So on that note, I just want to build on that. So for somebody who, in this tournament, again, there are actually, I'm sure, people who are serving, are actually pilots and serving, playing in this tournament, but then there are those who are just the hardcore gamers and they just love it as the game. And so that's why they're participating. For those that aren't considering serving or haven't served or are not, talk about their role as, citizens, as Americans, because one of the things that, as I do our warrior unit with our kids every year, that I stress is that, it's less than 1% that serve in the military. So, we are not all called to be, called up to the service, but yet we all are called to serve. So what would you say about, the roles that we all can play, aside from serving in the military?
Civilian support is super important. Those of us who have served, we respect, the right of this country to not make people serve in the military. Like we respect that decision, that if you choose not to serve, that's okay. Because there are those few of us that will do it. But as we've seen in wars, the support from home is definitely important. So just, if you don't want to serve, it's okay. It doesn't make us better than you, and you're not any better than we are. You keep living your life and you keep doing what you want to do, and keep being a good person.
Yeah.
And just when we have to go and do things that our nation demands of us, because that is our job, then just support us. That's all. That's all we ask, is just that that moral support from home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give a thanks every now and then if you see a veteran, have like the World War I, World War II hats, the Vietnam veteran hats. They wear them because they're proud of what they did, and proud to have served their country. So I would say give those guys a thanks, a handshake, or the elbow, elbow
Right.
touch,
The hat tip,
the hat
There
tip.
you Yeah.
nod.
Because they've been through hell and back.
Yeah.
Right.
Even us that I went to Iraq, been through hell and back. Even Desert Storm, that was crappy war. So I mean, if you have a chance, you see somebody with a hat on that has some sort of veteran tag on it, just give them a thanks, a hat tip, elbow, something, And trust me, we really appreciate that type of support too,
Yeah.
So.
Well, then here is our thank you. Thank you so much for your service.
Yeah.
We do appreciate it. And, with our foundation, our goal is to honor that service and to teach our kids, our youth today, the importance of recognizing that our freedom is not free. It comes at a high price, and that there are actual people paying that price for us, and they deserve our thanks and our honor. So thank you so much for your service and for your time today. And we hope
you're thinking of us.
Oh, of course. And we hope you have a great rest of your evening on this Veterans Day, and take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What an outstanding interview. It was great to hear both of their experiences and especially their advice for those who look into serving. And again, we'd like to thank Staff Sergeant Omar Hernandez and Sergeant Kayla McFadden for both their service and taking time out of their day to do that interview. As always, huge thanks to Kristen Campbell for playing such a major role in organizing these interviews and helping with the tournament. The next interview will be in 5 minutes, so be sure to check back then for our next interview.
Okay, so we are here with Master at Arms Third Class Peyton Oldham, and we're very thankful that he took the time out of his day to join us for this interview during this tournament. So thank you, Peyton, for being with us today.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right, so I'm going to tell our listeners a little bit about you, and then we'll get into answering or asking you some questions.
Okay.
All right. So Master at Arms Third Class Peyton Oldham joined the Navy in 2011 as a Master at Arms, where he was assigned to Coastal Riverine Squadron 4, a small boat security squadron providing security for U.S. ships as they traveled in and out of port in the Persian Gulf. He did 1 deployment to Spain and Kuwait, 1 deployment to Dubai, and 1 deployment to Fujairah and Kuwait. He separated as a Master at Arms Third Class in 2015. All right. So I guess just looking at all of your service and the things that you were involved with, can you tell us a little bit about what inspired you to serve?
So I did JROTC at Lubbock High for high school. And that built a pretty strong relationship, at least on the Navy side, just kind of going through that program. And then it just kind of seemed the Navy fit some of the needs of what I wanted to do. I'd always known I wanted to serve. My grandfather was in World War II in the Army. And so there was always at least some connection to wanting to do my part. Mm-hmm. And it just kind of so fell that the Navy's where I ended up.
Yeah, very good. Well, and the fact that you say, do my part, because, one of the things that as I teach our warrior unit to our students every year, one of the things that still blows me away and surprises the kids is that less than 1% of our population serves. So, serving in the military is not doing your part for everybody. It's for that small group of those who choose to do so. What would you say would be, something that those who choose not to serve or don't feel like they're called up to serve, what would their part look like, just as a civilian?
Well, I think it's fair to be able to have that self-reflection and understand that it's not for them. I mean, the military is definitely not meant for everyone, and not everyone's meant for the military. So to understand that that's not a detractor on them personally, and it's not meant to look at them in a negative light, that there's a certain set of people who are suited for it. But it's also one of those that even if you don't feel like it's your calling, and you feel like maybe you don't know where you want to go in life, it's a good way to get your feet on the ground and get you a transitional period between going from being in with your family to actually learning how to be on your own. Yeah. But it's still not a detractor. Like if that's not your calling, that's fine. Being a good steward in other ways is still a respectable calling. So it's not a detractor one way or the other, and it doesn't set you apart. It's just different strokes for a different set of people. Yeah.
So we all have our roles for sure. I totally agree. So what would you say then? Would be actually, could you just tell us a little bit about what you did in the military? That's interesting. The security for ships going in and out. Could you tell us what that looked like, or a day in the life of what you did?
Yeah. So we were what's considered a little bit different than the conventional Navy. The Coastal Riverine Squadron comes from the Vietnam patrol boat riverine units. From Vietnam, and patrolling up the Mekong and doing escorts like that. So essentially, we would, in Dubai, which was our busiest deployment, we were on day shift, but we would get up about midnight and we would essentially take watch at around 3 a.m. We would do boat checks, and then we would go and we would stand static security on any boats that were in port that were refueling. Mm-hmm. That could be anything from oil tankers, U.S. oil tankers, to aircraft carriers, submarines, and anything in between. And we would stand security on them, and then we would either escort them out or pick them up X number of miles out in sea, mm-hmm. and essentially provide a security platform for them as they're coming in and out of port.
Very good. That's interesting. Yeah, I hadn't known of anything, like that situation mm-hmm. as far as serving in the Army or in the Navy like that. So what would you say would be the most challenging part of serving? Or, it could be serving in general and being away, or just that job in itself?
I think probably being away is a difficult part of it, mm-hmm. but just being able to find a unit that you fit with, that's a cohesive fit. Mm-hmm. It's everyone from every part of the country, and even some mm-hmm. other countries. So it's just learning to take everything with a grain of salt, and that there almost always are better days ahead, no matter how hard it gets.
That's a great attitude. Definitely a great attitude. So to build on your idea of, the military could be for you or may not necessarily be for you, I liked what you said about, it kind of teaches you or gets you ready, or is a good transition from being at home to being out on your own. So building on that, what would you say is, are the biggest lessons or that you learned, or how did serving change you as a person?
It definitely taught me to be more self-reliant. It kind of throws you into the fire in that sense mm-hmm. of you're forced to learn how to be self-reliant, and it also forces you to learn how to work as a team mm-hmm. and to take people from all different walks of life and push them to work towards a specific goal, which to some extent is lost mm-hmm. in average life. So that was a big positive. A lot of it definitely aged me. I felt like I had a step up, at least with some of my peers coming back. I knew that I'd been able to experience a little bit more life than some mm-hmm. that have never left their hometown or anything like that. I just got mm-hmm. to see a different side of the world and get a more well-rounded perspective on life mm-hmm. and how much we take it for granted in some cases.
Yeah, and that was kind of where I was going to go then with that is, what did it make you appreciate more, having served? What were some things that maybe you realized you took for granted?
I would probably say just the time that we have with family. Mm-hmm. My grandfather was 95 when I went in. Mm-hmm. So the time that spent with him after was incredibly important. Mm-hmm. And then just how good we have it compared to some of the other countries. I mean, when we were the taxi drivers essentially that we hired to take us to and from the compound were making mm-hmm. like $15 a month, and they were still sending money back to their families in Pakistan. Oh, so wow. It's just understanding how good we have it versus some of the other nations. We essentially create our own problems versus actually having something to complain about that's based in reality.
Yeah, that's a great point, for sure. Creating more problems for ourselves by not realizing, the freedoms we have, the privileges, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I can definitely see that too. So on that note, what do you hope for the future of our country? What would you want to see here in the near future with regard to, maybe it could be related to the military, it could be more related to just, our country as a whole?
I think a shift from the fringes is probably the most important thing right now. A shift from, be that right or left, ideologies. The fringe is where we start to detract from what makes us a nation. I think once we can start to realize that we have more in common on wherever we're from, or whatever political ideology we come from, that we have more in common than we don't. And to realize that once we stop making things harder on ourselves, we can actually start to work together. I think that's really the biggest issue that we have right now, is that we're just not able to see opposing arguments from another perspective. We're so stuck in the ego side of everything that we're not able to allow ourselves to even look at a different perspective. And I think that's a big detractor from our experience. As
Finding that middle ground.
So I think the middle ground is really where we need to focus on shifting back to.
Yeah, agreed. So about your service, is there anything that you would do differently, as far as maybe choices you made, or, how did you, get into the job that you had, with, providing this security? And is there anything you would have done differently if you could?
Had I had the foresight, I probably either would have continued doing the Master at Arms, but when I had everyone has the opportunity to at least try to get into the working dog program and through the Navy in Master at Arms A school. And so at least trying to get into that area, I somewhat wish I would have done that. Or specifically just gone and tried to do intelligence. I looked at it. I didn't look at it in the long term. I looked at it as, what can I do that'll get me in there, and I can do that. But I didn't look at where that would take me down the future paths. Had I done that, there would be more opportunities open for me now than just the specific military police route, which I'm not upset about where that path has taken me at all. It's just if I would have looked at it from a different perspective, I may potentially set myself up a little better. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, I guess, in any situation, no matter military or civilian life, I think we can all look back on, some choices we've made and realize that about ourselves too. So, that's a good point. Definitely. All right. So to kind of wrap this up, what would you say makes your service worth the sacrifice of, that time with family and all of that? What is it about your service that is worth the sacrifice? Or what is it about our country, or what makes it worth it?
Just to know that I was able to do my part to whatever extent that it was. Understanding that we each have a role to fill, and that it is, at least in my mind, it's part of our civic duty to give back in some way. And so this was one of my ways, where now I've followed through that with trying to work with the honor flight and do some of the other projects I'm involved with, but being able to represent America in the best way that I could while in uniform I mean, that is what made it worth it. It wasn't for the free meals on Veterans Day or anything like that.
Right.
Just to know that when I had the opportunity to give back
Mm-hmm.
for everything that I have,
Yeah.
that I was able to.
Yeah, absolutely. And, for those of us who don't serve, and I'm sure you'll agree, there's plenty of ways, and because you still continue to do so with serving with Honor Flight, but there are so many ways to do our part and to give back and to honor the freedoms that we're given, and, just the country that we live in, and all of the privileges that we have that we really don't realize we have. We all, I agree, have a civic duty to do so and have opportunities to do so. So thank you so much for doing your part and for your time here today. Is there anything you would like to say to any of these participants? They are participating in this flight simulator tournament. And so is there anything you would like to say to them as we sign off?
Just good luck, and thank you for doing everything to raise money for y'all's organization. I hope that it goes well.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I appreciate that as well. Again, thank you so much, Peyton, for your time, and we will hopefully talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Well, another moving and incredible interview. There's definitely a lot to learn from that interview. And again, thank you to Master at Arms, Third Class, Peyton Oldham, for his service and taking time out of his day to conduct that interview. It is very cool to hear from somebody who had such a unique role in the Navy. And again, special thanks to Kristen Campbell for helping to organize this event and orchestrating the interviews. Now, the next interview will be in 5 minutes, so be sure to check back in. And for you DCS and pilot enthusiasts, you'll want to stick around for this one. And now it is my pleasure to welcome Major General Thomas Masiello. Over the course of his career, Masiello was a test pilot who obtained over 3,300 flight hours in planes such as the F-111F, F-15A and C model, the F-15E, and all blocks of the F-16 at the time, as well as many more. Not only did he fly, but he held numerous administration positions, such as the head of Air Force Research Lab at Wright-Patt, U.S. CENTCOM Command, and many more, as you'll hear in this interview. Without further ado, we welcome Major General Thomas Masiello. We are here with Major General Thomas Masiello, so I'll go ahead and let him introduce himself because he probably knows a lot more. He does know a lot more than me, so go ahead. If you just want to give us a brief interview of your Air Force career, how you got commissioned, just a quick brief of what it was like.
Yeah, will do. So I spent 35 years in the Air Force. I retired in 2016. Grew up in a very small town in Western New York, and ended up going to the Air Force Academy after graduating from high school. Just to be honest with you, I really wasn't something that I was pursuing as I was growing up. My dad did serve in the military, but I wouldn't consider us a military family. He actually served in the Army during World War II. But again, the military growing up wasn't something that was necessarily on my mind. Really, I went there mainly because of the education. And then, just going there obviously motivates you to want to serve. So I did go to the Air Force Academy. I was commissioned in 1981. And following graduation, I went to pilot training. Pilot training lasted about a year. And my first assignment out of pilot training was flying F-111s, the Aardvark, out of Lakenheath, England. And so essentially my career, the first couple assignments were flying F-111s operationally. Then I went to test pilot school, and within the Air Force, once you go to test pilot school, it's out at Edwards Air Force Base. It's mainly focused on the developmental testing of new airplanes and new weapon systems, and then any kind of upgrades to existing aircraft. And I bounced around between the two main test bases that are Edwards in California and Eglin Air Force Base in the Panhandle of Florida. Anyway, did that and then led to some science and technology assignments. I was assigned to an AFRL location down at Eglin doing munitions research, and then various Pentagon staff assignments overseas to include Iraq. I spent a year there. I spent 18 months in the country of Qatar, again in the Middle East. And then my last assignment, I was commander of Air Force Research Lab that's headquartered in Dayton, Ohio, and then retired. And then now I work for Northrop Grumman. So that's kind of a quick background on my career, Jackson.
Yes, sir. That seems like it never was a dull moment, and that sounds like. So, if we could start from the beginning, what was your experience with UPT? What base was it at? Did you expect to get fighters straight out? Is that really what you were shooting for, or was it just you were going to be happy with whatever they gave you?
Okay, so right. So where I went to UPT, undergraduate pilot training, it was at Williams Air Force Base. It was in Phoenix, and just outside Phoenix. And of all the pilot training bases, that by far had the reputation for being the best location. Obviously, being outside of a major metropolitan area, and so my number one priority, I wanted to get to Williams, or Willie, which what we called it. And obviously, starting pilot training, I did want fighters. My initial goal, though, was, okay, I just want to make it through. I want to get my wings. And at the end of the day, I'd be happy with any airplane. But once I kind of got into it and just really enjoyed, especially flying the T-38, I absolutely wanted to get a fighter out of pilot training. And back in those days, it's just when the F-15 and F-16 production lines were cranking up, and so 15s and 16s were coming down the pike. I actually went on an F-15, ended up getting an F-111, and I am so glad I got that airplane. It was an amazing platform. Again, I flew it for 2 tours, and just the mission, which was you fly low, you fly fast, you drop bombs. I can't tell you how much I enjoyed it. And my best friends today are from my very first assignment flying F-111s in England.
Yeah, that's amazing. The F-111 definitely is a cool plane and definitely had a pretty large purpose for a very long time. So you said your first assignment was in Lakenheath. So could you give us a brief description of what you did there, what your job was, and what you do with the F-111 there?
Yeah, so what's interesting, even before I got to England, so I got assigned F-111s. You graduate from pilot training. And pilot training, if you get a fighter, you go to what's called LIFT, Lead-In Fighter Training. And that was at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. And that was just lasted like 3 months. And you just learn the fighter fundamentals. You fly the T-38, the same airplane that you flew in pilot training, but it actually had a gun sight on it. You carried some practice bombs. And so you got to do some air-to-air training. You got to do some air-to-ground training. Again, just some quick fundamentals. So when you go to your fighter platform, at least you've been exposed to that. And then for F-111, it was called RTU, Replacement Training Unit. So where I first learned to fly the F-111 was Cannon Air Force Base there in Clovis, New Mexico, not too far from Lubbock. And in fact, we would go to Lubbock to go to the mall just to go to some civilization. It was still a couple hour drive.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you can imagine Clovis is really out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But a great place to fly the 111. I mean, the 111 is loud. You need a lot of training area to fly low level. You need weapons range, and all that was real close to Cannon. And then on to Lakenheath. And Lakenheath, so when I showed up at Lakenheath, it was the Cold War. We trained every day to fight the Soviet Union.
Wow.
We would have to take tests on what we call visual recognition of all their aircraft. So they'd flash up this blurry looking airplane for 10 seconds, and then you'd have to take a test on what it was so that you can recognize it when you're flying. Was it a MiG-23 or was it a MiG-25 Foxbat? Those sort of things. Mm-hmm. It was all about fighting the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union. I mean, that's why we existed. They had, at the time, so many more, their troop strengths and their armor and tanks. They dwarfed NATO. And really what was the counterbalance to their large standing army was air power. And so if air power was going to stop, if the Soviet Union ever decided to advance into Western Europe, a big part of stopping them was going to be air power. So our bases were all camouflaged. We had sandbags. It really blew me away going over there that I wouldn't call it a war zone because you just go off base and it wasn't that big a deal. But our bases were camouflaged. Again, there's sandbags everywhere. We would train about every 6 weeks with our chemical warfare gear on. It was a different attitude. People just don't understand what it was like during the Cold War, and you had the Soviet Union and nuclear weapons. We sat nuclear alert. And so it was a very, very interesting time. I'll tell you also, just being a second lieutenant in a fighter squadron, your only real responsibility was being a snack bar officer, besides learning to fly the airplane, the threat. But your additional duty was you were the snack bar officer.
Mm-hmm.
And you better not run out of coffee in the morning or beer on a Friday night. And other than that, you're fine.
Yeah. Yep. So for flying the F-111 in Lakenheath, did you have any role in Operation El Dorado. I know that appeared to be a different squadron, but did you do any strike planning or anything like that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it was all the squadrons. So we had, at Lakenheath, we had 3 operational squadrons and 1 training squadron. And what's interesting, I did train, and I was at one time one of the crews that was scheduled to go on Operation El Dorado Canyon, but I was actually, I had progressed. You know, you show up, you're just a wingman, then you become a flight lead, then you become a 4-ship flight lead, and then you become an IP. During that first assignment, I have worked my all the way up to instructor pilot, and I actually got transferred into the training squadron when new people and trained new people, they're coming in. So turns out I was not part of the actual strike. It bummed me out. It still bums me out. I would have loved to have been part of it, but it was just one of those things.
Yep, definitely. So after that, you said you went to TPS, the test pilot school. So just whenever you joined the Air Force, was that something you kind of had, or in UPT, was there any time you're particularly shooting for TPS or wanted to be a test pilot, or was it just something that they said, hey, here's an opportunity, and you took it?
Well, for test pilot school, I'll tell you what motivated me. I didn't really even think about TPS that much when I first got the pilot training or was flying. But then I had talked to a friend of mine who had applied and talked to him about it and learned more about it, then did research, and I go, this sounds great for me, because I had an engineering degree, an electrical engineering degree out of the Air Force Academy, and what going to test pilot school allowed was, you know, I loved flying and I liked engineering, and so it was a combination of both. You get to basically exercise both those disciplines, and that's why I applied. And I will tell you, it was.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, test pilot school was by far the hardest course I have ever taken, bar none. Much harder than anything in college, much harder than pilot training. I also went to fighter weapons school, and I mean, that was a tough course, but TPS was something you really had to work at. It was very challenging.
Yeah, definitely. So, out of TPS, were there any particular planes that you enjoyed testing or experimenting with? Were you involved with the 16 and the 15 at some point?
Yeah. Well, after I graduated, I actually went to Eglin Air Force Base in the Panhandle of Florida, near Fort Walton Beach. I had the option either to stay at Edwards or go to Eglin. And at Edwards, there wasn't any new airplanes coming, basically there to have an opportunity to fly. But at Eglin was all the weapon testing. So and there were all new precision guided munitions coming out. And what's interesting about doing developmental testing at Eglin, in which I loved, is when they put new weapons on airplanes, you had to go out and certify that the handling characteristics aren't affected such that a new pilot would have problems flying the airplane. For example, like an F-111, there would be flutter on the wings. Same thing on the F-16. If you got to certain parts of the envelope, your airplane the wings would flutter essentially, and if it got too bad, it can either structurally damage the airplane or you just couldn't control it. And you would take the airplane to the limits of where the flutter would be either approaching again, and they're all instrumented, and you have people in control rooms, so they're monitoring the stresses on the airframe and on the wings. So you're really not the people in the control room are worried about that. What you're concerned about, a pilot in the airplane, is, can I control the airplane? Are we going to lose control? Can you continue the mission? Basically, from a brand new second lieutenant's point of view. And then you would actually set the flight limits of the weapons configured in this way on an aircraft, and I really, really liked that part of the flying. And so and then you also were dropping brand new weapons, firing missiles at drones. It was just a lot of fun too.
Yeah, definitely. And for our viewers, there's a good video on YouTube if you would like to look it up about what a TPS does. There's a video of a 16. They tested asymmetrical loading and found that the flight system or the FLICUS in it could not handle that. And there's actually part of that video is an F-16 departing, which was pretty violent in F-16. But if anybody wants to get a good overview at what a test pilot does or what a test is like, that's a great video to look up as well. So moving on from there, going back to the F-111, I still have one more question about that. Were you still in the airframe at the time they equipped it with the FLIR? I think it's the paved track, I think is what it was called.
It's a TAC. Yeah, so when my first assignment, so there were 4 variants of the F-111 in the U.S. Air Force. The A model, the D model, which was at Cannon, the E model, which was up at Hayford in England, and then the F model, which was at Lakenheath in England as well. And that's the model I flew, was the F model. And the F model took kind of the F-111 had a very troubled development, and especially there was just so many brand new state-of-the-art capabilities that they try to integrate all at once. It actually had the first airplane with a HUD. It was the first operational airplane with plane following radar. Obviously, it had swept wings. And then it was the first aircraft to try to integrate, rather than have round dials and analog dials, you'd have a digital display and digital avionics. And they had this is from the 60s, so there were a lot of problems. But eventually, the F model, which was the last aircraft off the line, they kind of had fixed it. They kind of got it working the way it should be, and it had the bigger engines in it too, or the more powerful engines. And so the paved TAC was integrated onto the F-111F, and when I showed up, they had just got that integration complete. The entire fleet was modified with the paved TAC, which was a forward-looking infrared integrated with a laser so that you can drop the laser-guided bombs.
Yep, seems like that was definitely the guinea pig for a lot of things in the Air Force at the time.
Yeah, definitely.
So, moving on. Says you had experience in both the 15A and the 15E. So definitely 2 very conflicting communities there, at least the light gray versus the dark gray. So just could you sum up, what your experiences was with the 15 single seat versus the Strike Eagle, and what the differences were, and just what you liked about each aircraft?
Yeah, so after pilot training, like I said, I went to England, after test pilot school. So when I got to after TPS, the whole idea is you get to fly. They trained you to fly multiple airframes. And when I got to England, the first airplane they checked me out was in the F-15. Actually, it was the C model, which is the same as the A. It's just an upgrade. Yeah. We had A's and C's, which are single-seat, light gray F-15s, like you said. And that airframe is purely designed for air superiority. It doesn't carry bombs. It's all about air-to-air missiles. And so the testing at England, when I would fly the A or the C, it was about either doing captive carry of new missiles, and the AMRAAM, the AIM-120, was being in development while I was there, and so did a lot of AIM-120, and that's a radar air-to-air missile, and did a lot of the development, launched a lot of AMRAAM missiles during weapons separation testing. And so that's the main focus of the A. But I also got to fly the E model too, which was a 2-seat, obviously, as you know, 2-seat strike version. And what I really enjoyed, that essentially the Strike Eagle has the same mission as the F-111.
Mhm.
And so I enjoyed doing that. Was mostly air-to-ground weapons testing off the Strike Eagle. And then we also had F-111s there too. So I really kind of was triple qualified in the F-15A or C, F-15E, and the F-111.
Wow.
So it was a very cool assignment.
Wow, yes, it's pretty cool, especially testing the AMRAAM. So moving on, so what did you do after Eglin? Did you go to did you go to staff college, or did you get another assignment, or what happened from there?
Yeah, so after Eglin, I went to Staff College, Air Command and Staff College. It was at Montgomery, Alabama, at Maxwell Air Force Base. You spend a year, and that's now it takes you completely out of the flying environment, and it's an academic environment. And really, the focus is on learning strategy and kind of the operational level of war, of planning. You know, up to this point, when you're in a fighter squadron or test pilot school, really it's about the tactical execution, the day-to-day execution. You go to Air Command and Staff College, now they're trying to turn you into more of a strategist and understanding how to apply air power more at the operational level versus at the tactical level.
Gotcha. Yeah. Alrighty. So after Staff College, what assignment did you get after that? Was that when you got the 16 or?
Well, actually, I went
first
to the
assignment?
Pentagon. I got to do staff.
Okay.
I went
Yep.
to the Pentagon. I was working. Went there 2 years, and just a standard staff job in the Pentagon. And really, what most of the focus on the Pentagon and on the air staff on with each of the services, really, it's amazing how much is focused really on the budget and planning how much funding the service will get for different areas. And my area was the F-16. That was called the F-16 Program Element Monitor. And my job was to ensure the F-16 for upgrades and those sort of things got a proper amount of funding, and then help justify it within the Air Force, within the Office of Secretary of Defense, OSD, and with Congress. So it was an interesting assignment, to say the least. It was my first, non-flying assignment other than going to school. So it took a little bit of an adjustment, but it turns out I actually enjoyed that kind of work. And then following that, I got assigned back to Eglin flying F-16s.
Wow. Yeah, definitely seems like Pentagon something maybe not as glorious as flying, but it's definitely necessary. So when you went back to Eglin flying the sixth, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's a great way to put it.
Yep. And so flying the 16, were you qualified in all of what you fly any particular models or blocks, or was it just kind of the general overview of 16s at the time, or what was it like for the 16 at Eglin?
So at Eglin, again, we're at a test unit, so we had all the blocks. We had A models, A, B, C, and D, and block 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. And we had block 42, 52s, and those are just different engines. And so we had every single model of F-16, just because you needed them all due to the different testing and the different characteristics of each of the different models. So it was a little bit of challenge going out and strapping in and okay, what are the limits? What are the ops limits on this A model versus the C? But you kind of got used to it, and they all flew the same essentially. And the F-16 is a dual role, so it was both air-to-air and air-to-ground. So we did a lot of both, like I said, air-to-air testing and air-to-ground. It was interesting at that time, the UK, the Brits were developing what they call an ASRAAM missile, and it was a new IR-guided missile. And they actually contracted with us at Eglin to do the development work. So we did a lot of ASRAAM work for the Brits to include firing a lot of ASRAAM missiles. So, again, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. So out of all the 6 scenes, was there a particular block that you liked the most, or would be suited that was maybe one that was lighter than the others, so a little faster GE engines that you liked, or anything like that?
So there's no doubt about it. So you had the Block 50, which were GE engines, and the Block 52s, which were Pratt engines. Those are the most powerful. Those engines were unbelievably powerful compared to the original engines in it. But to me, either the Block 50 or the Block 52. I mean, there were some folks, guys that that were GE guys or Pratt guys. It didn't matter to me. Both those airplanes were just really amazing, and it's just incredible how much power and how much energy those engines put out, and what you can do with that airplane compared to earlier variants.
Yep, definitely. And for our DCS listeners, the Block 50 is actually the one that is in DCS, so that was pretty cool to hear about that one. Alrighty, so moving on from Eglin. So Eglin, that was when you were the 16th experimental test pilot. So after that, did you get another assignment, or was it back to college and education for you?
No, so after that, So then I went to what's called Industrial College of the Armed Forces. It's like a war college. It's a war college equivalent, but more acquisition focused, and that was at Washington, D.C. at Fort McNair. That was another year-long program. And then when I graduated from that, then I went right back to Eglin as the squadron commander of the same squadron that I had just left.
Wow.
It was a little different. They combined 2 squadrons into one, but then I became the squadron commander there. And as a squadron commander, you're doing less test flying, really. It's more leadership. And what's interesting there, also, as part of the squadron, I had 400 maintenance folks. And so now you're going from up to that point, maybe I supervised or led 20 people. Went from that to now I have over, counting everybody, almost 500 folks. And so it was quite a challenge, and it was really, that was about once you get up to that level in squadron commander, it's about leadership. It's not about your flying skills anymore.
Definitely. Yep. So back at Eglin, so I guess just go ahead and continue on the line. After being the squadron commander, what happened after that? Were you stay there, get assigned to a... Sorry, go ahead.
I just did it for a year because I got promoted to colonel. And once you get promoted, and got promoted early, it's like, okay, you need to go to a colonel's assignment, and that's not a squadron commander. So just after a year, maybe it was 18 months, I stayed there at Eglin, but completely changed to a different organization. That's when I went to Air Force Research Lab, and it's called the Munitions Directorate. That's where they do all the research for weapons. So they do explosives research, they do fusing research, they do guidance research, automatic target recognition, seekers. It's the whole gamut of anything on a weapon, both air to air and air to ground. The research is done there. And so I went there to lead the lab, and that was a fantastic assignment. I loved that.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds really exciting. So continue on the line. So at that point, you were a colonel, so still moving up, which is always exciting. So after that, which I guess was around the 9/11 time period, so I guess that's when everybody started transitioning over to the post 9/11 doctrine and kind of out of the Cold War fighting Soviets and more into the Middle Eastern conflict.
Actually, that occurred. I mean, in terms of the Middle Eastern focus, that occurred more when the wall 90s? Fell down in 90, and then we fought the storm. So, what changed the focus after 9/11 is more the global war on terror. That GWAT is called. So we kind of focused that changed the focus to more of a terrorist fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So after doing Eglin research, where'd you go after that?
So after that, I became a wing commander. It was at a classified test unit, and that's about all I could say on there.
Okay. Yep. Alrighty. So after that, which seems pretty exciting, what happened? Where'd you go after that, being a wing commander?
So after that, so now I have to go back so I went to a headquarters assignment, and this time I went to what's called a major command. I went to Air Force Materiel Command. It's based at Wright Pat. So all of the logistics, the research laboratory, and all the program offices that acquire weapon systems, that is all under Air Force Materiel Command. And I went to the headquarters to be the Inspector General, which was kind of an interesting assignment. I just ended up doing that for 18 months. And what the Inspector General's overall responsibility is two responsibilities. One, they conduct the high-level inspections of all the bases to make sure they're following the right rules and procedures. You know, at the end of the day, nobody wants the IG to show up because we're grading your unit, we're grading their homework, but it's a very important process.
Yep.
Just to make sure, you know, from a compliance standpoint, units are they know the rules and are following the rules essentially. And then also another aspect is just to do investigations when people make complaints of fraud, waste, abuse of authority, those sort of things. We would run the investigations. So at the end of the day, no one likes the IG, to tell you the truth, but it was very interesting. It was a necessary, sure.
Yep. Definitely. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, then I said after that, my career kind of took a turn in a different direction. As when I went to Qatar for 18 months. So Central Command, CENTCOM, they are the COCOM, what's called the combatant command that was fighting the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. They're headquartered in Tampa, Florida, but their forward headquarters was in Doha, Qatar, and I went to the forward headquarters and spent 18 months there.
Wow. CENTCOM sounds pretty important, especially during that time period. So after that, I guess, which at that point, once you reached MacDill, were you still colonel, or were you at that point, did you get promoted? Did you get the star, or what happened in that time period?
So I was still colonel. Now I had been notified that I got promoted, that I made 1 star, but it took over 18, 19 months to pin on. And so my entire CENTCOM assignment, I was a colonel.
Okay.
And then was assigned to the Joint Staff.
Wow.
Back in Washington, D.C., in the Pentagon. And while I was there, I got promoted to 1 star.
Wow. Yep. That's really cool working for Joint Staff. So after that, I guess that was at the Pentagon, correct, if you're in Joint Staff?
Yeah, so the Joint Staff, I was down what's called the National Military Command Center, and basically that monitors basically what's going on in the world 24/7. Again, really, really important job. Got great insight to what's going all over the world. Did that for about 18 months and then got assigned to Iraq. Went to Baghdad, spent a year over there. I was assigned to the embassy, and my job was called Director of Strategic Effects, and that means kind of under my purview, I had everything that did not involve kinetics to help us win the war. So I wasn't involved in the shooting aspect of it. It was more focused on
winning the people over.
What will win?
I guess that was a huge thing.
Yeah, election. Finance, all those sort of things from a military point of view of how we can support that. And obviously the biggest responsibility was focusing on the elections. And I was working with Iraq, working with the UN and the Iraqi Commission for Elections and just basically working it from an angle of how can the U.S. military support what they're doing.
Wow,
Very,
yeah.
very loved it.
Yeah, definitely rebuilding Iraq. That would be quite the challenge. So after that, after being doing strategic effects or being over in Iraq, after that, where'd you go? What was the continuation of after that?
And very interesting assignment. I got assigned to the State Department for about 18 months, but that was completely different track. I'd never thought in a million years I'd end up at State Department. I was actually hailed over there. I worked in the Paul Mill Bureau, and part of my portfolio included landmine cleanup. It included what's called foreign military financing. It was amazing assignment for somebody who'd spent all their time in the Department of Defense to go to state and see how they operate and get a chance just to do something different. I absolutely loved it. And again, it was way out of my comfort zone, but it was interesting and a lot of levels of responsibility and kind of embraced.
Yeah, definitely seems always interesting to do something new. So after that, which is incredible, it's a quite exciting career. After that, where'd you go after that?
So after State Department, I went back to the Pentagon. I was in the Office of Secretary of Defense, and my position was called Director of Special Programs. And that position has oversight of all the black programs across all the services in the military. Again, unbelievably very, very, very interesting assignment. And then just having insight to all those sort of programs that I never knew existed, it was kind of cool.
Yeah. So I guess after that, it's getting kind of close to the. I guess getting kind of close. I guess what time was that? Was that in the 2010 or late 2000s?
Yeah. So that OSD assignment was 2011 to 13, 2 years, and then my final assignment, I left the Pentagon and went to Wright-Patt in Dayton, Ohio, as commander of Air Force Research Lab. And that was a great way to cap off my career.
Yeah, definitely. So at that point, I guess that's when you, before or during that assignment, is that when you got your, I guess probably before is when you got your second star?
Yeah, I got my second star in the Pentagon as Director of Special Programs.
Okay, wow. That's incredible. So after that, you retired, correct, after that Wright-Patt assignment?
Yep. So did 3 years there, retired out of Wright-Patt. My wife, Wendy, she was actually a 3-star at the time, stationed at Fort Lee in Virginia. So I just went down and just lived with her there at Fort Lee. I did consulting, and then a couple of years, then I went on to DARPA. I did DARPA for a couple of years, both consultant and as a government person, and then went on to Northrop in 2018.
Wow. That is an exciting career path. That's incredible. Well, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your service. It was great getting to talk to you and great getting to talk to somebody who is a test pilot and has a lot of experience in the Air Force. So I guess just closing remarks would be anything you would like people to know, anything that you think would you would want to tell people about the Air Force or just about your career path or life.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, thanks, Jackson. Thank you for all you do. I mean, you're an incredible young man, and I can't tell you how much my wife and I appreciate what you're doing, and really think you're doing great stuff for the country. I guess I would just, I really enjoyed my military service. I never thought in a million years when I signed up to go to the Air Force Academy that I'd served 35 years, plus 4, if you count the Air Force, that's 39 years. It went by so fast. I mean, I loved it. If I can give advice to anybody, even if you're not really sure just talk to folks, talk to people you trust to kind of get an idea, because there's so many stereotypes and misconceptions about it, what in the Air Force, that you try to get a firsthand account. And then if you're on the fence, don't hesitate to give it a shot. Again, I absolutely loved it, and I would encourage anyone to at least give it a shot if they're thinking about it.
Yes, sir. Yep, definitely. So I think that's it. So thank you so much for your time today. Thanks for taking time out of your day to talk to me. I guess that is it.
Okay. Hey, Jackson. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you so much.
You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Bye now.
What an outstanding interview. Personally, I know that I gained a lot of knowledge from General Masiello's stories and advice. I hope that those who are watching enjoyed that interview and gained insight to what being a test pilot is like, or what a 35-year-long career in the Air Force looks like. I cannot express enough thanks to General Thomas Masiello for taking time out of his day for that interview and for his long service to the United States. Now with that, the next interview will be in 5 minutes, so be sure to keep tuning in.
All right, so we are live here with Colonel Rich Menhart, and we are excited to have him here to tell us a little bit about his service and, kind of what it meant to him and his impact or how it impacted his life. And so I just wanted to give you a chance to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about you, and then we will get into some questions.
Okay, great. Hey, thanks for having me on. I'm Colonel Rich Menhart. I spent 29 years in the U.S. Army, originally from Pennsylvania. Spent the majority of my career in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and served multiple tours of combat in Afghanistan and Iraq, and also the Horn of Africa. I retired in 2016 after brigade command, and I now live in just south of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and work for a company called Titan Technologies.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And we are so glad you're here and grateful that you took some time out of your day to be with us. And so let's just kind of start off with, the typical question of what inspired you to serve? What caused you to make the decision to sign up?
Yeah, for me, it was pretty much through family. My father served in Vietnam. My grandfather served on the board. I spent a lot of time as a kid with my grandfather. And my grandfather was, really my inspiration why I joined the Army. He actually parachuted into D-Day with the 82nd Airborne Division. So that's the reason I joined. I became an infantryman right away in the 82nd Airborne Division. Ended up spending 7 years of my career in the 82nd as an infantry officer before moving on to do other things. So that was really the driving force why I joined the Army.
Mm-hmm. Well, very good. Well, I know Jackson, the one who's organizing this tournament, has been greatly influenced by his grandfather, just like you were. So you guys definitely have that in common. So building on that, what was maybe your favorite part of serving? You started as an infantryman, and then you moved into other jobs in your 26 years. So what do you look back on as being the one that something that sticks out about your service?
I think it was the 13 plus years in Special Operations Command for me. It was really the highlight of my career. I went from being a captain to a colonel in Special Operations Command. So that's really where I deployed 8 times in that same stretch. And it was really the men and women in that group of that unit that really were the key, why I stayed in the Army, why I enjoyed it, because of the people.
Yes, well, and that's something that I hear from many many veterans is it's the people that basically become your family that you're surrounded with that really makes serving.
Very much. That's why people fight for their men and women on my left and right. It's definitely what you're there for, is the men you serve and women you serve with.
Mm-hmm. So what made it most challenging? What would you say was the most challenging part of serving?
I think the only challenging thing is the balance between the military and family life. So being away from your mom and dad and your wife and your kids and your family, your brothers and your brothers. And for me, I don't have any sisters, so my brothers. It's just being away from family. So spending 29 years in the Army, by the time you retire, your families, especially my mom and dad were old, and you can't get that time back. So that's the most challenging thing, just the time away. For me, at least from my perspective, is the time with my family. Yeah.
So was your family supportive of your service and signing up, and how did they respond to your decision to serve, and then basically throughout your service?
Oh yeah, my family supported me the whole time, from my grandfather until he passed away, through my mom and dad and all my siblings, and so and my entire family, my extended uncles, aunts, cousins, everybody supported me. So no, it's never a support issue. It's just really a time and a way issue.
Yeah. So if somebody is considering joining, what advice would you give them? How would you, especially if they're coming from a family who hasn't served, so they're unaware of the sacrifices and everything that's involved. What kind of advice would you give them if they're considering this and how to approach that with family?
I think it's, it's something you have to go into knowing you're going to be away. But I mean, a lot of jobs are away. I see this today now. I'm in the civilian world, but a lot of people travel a ton for their civilian jobs, especially salespeople and that. So you're going to be away, and so people that adjust and make the military career are able who can manage living away from family. And so, and then really the Army becomes their second family, and the people they serve with. And then you get home as much as you can, and you live like that. So my advice to them is, it'll be the greatest experience you've ever had if you really take on that challenge. No matter what service you take on, the people you meet will live with you the rest of your life. You'll know them forever.
Very true. Well, good. So on that note, the people you serve with, is there anything in particular that you learned from either, serving with other people, maybe a lesson or something that kind of sticks out at you with somebody that you served with or served under, maybe? Something that you learned that has stuck with you?
Well, I mean, you learn something from everybody you serve with, whether it's about leadership, whether it's about how to deal with people. I think the biggest thing I learned as a young officer is you can't treat everybody the same. Certain things motivate people to work harder. Yelling and screaming at people never is effective in my life. I never found that effective. So, but it's how you handle people to get the most out of them. And I had a really good leader when I was a young lieutenant who taught me that it's how you look at people, assess them, understand their strong points and their weak points, and then emphasize their strong points and then work on their weak points. And so, I think that was the biggest thing that affected me was making sure you get the most out of everybody you serve with, especially when you go to combat, because who you have is who you have. Yeah, and if you don't get the most out of them, that's your own fault, really. So
that's a great point. And we've talked, I've done this warrior unit with my students for almost 10 years now. And, just knowing that less than 1% of our population serves, you are absolutely true. Who you have is who you have, and you have to be able to rely on them. And another thing, kind of looking at the stigma of, or the movies and, kind of what you think of boot camp and how your superiors treat you and address you. It's interesting that you say that, what you learned was that you can't treat everybody the same. Because kind of what I see is the boot camp of the yelling and in your face, and is that the way it always is, or just the idea that maybe it isn't, because I think that might cause some people to be hesitant about signing up. But from your experience and what you're saying, it seems as if you have those type of leaders that really know how to get the most out of their who they're serving with, and maybe it's not all about that.
No, it's not at all. The Army has changed. I mean, it's more, what you find today is our soldiers are more educated than ever. So a lot of and they're not all coming in right out of high school. So a lot of them, I had many of soldiers, and a lot of them you met through the hunts, who went to college first and then just decided they took the wrong major. And they realized that wasn't what they wanted to do with their lives, so they joined the Army. So, I mean, as a battalion commander in Iraq, my driver was 36 years old, who was a police officer, and then just made a decision at 34 that he was going to come in the Army, and actually had to get a waiver to get in at that age.
Really?
At that time. Yeah, and he just wanted to join. And now he's a registered nurse. He served his 4 years. He went to combat twice. Unfortunately, he was wounded when I was wounded. And he got out and he went to nursing school, and now he's a registered nurse. And so he's doing great. And he didn't make it a career, and not everybody is. I mean, 1% serve, and it's like a 0.03 actually retire from the military. Yeah. It's very unbelievably small. So I never knew I was going to spend 29 years in the military when I started this road. I really think you start down the path, and if you enjoy it and it's what you like, you will stay. If it ain't, you take that experience and you build it into whatever you want it to be in your life. But I think anybody would find out it'll be the best 4, 6, or whatever years you spend. You'll look back on it and be glad you did it.
Yeah. So you didn't join intending to spend 29 years and retire. What were your thoughts when you first joined?
I wanted to be with my grandfather. I wanted to jump out of airplanes and be an infantryman in the 82nd Airborne Division. That was as far as I went. I just and seriously, and then after I got in, I decided I wanted to be a commissioned officer. So I had to get out to go to college to come back in. I didn't have college before. I didn't have any college credits. I went straight out of high school in. So I actually left the Army, got into ROTC, went to a 4-year college, graduated, went straight back in as a commissioned officer. So, and most of the guys, to be honest with you, when I started as an infantryman, there was 38 lieutenants. They were all second lieutenants in my battalion in the 82nd Airborne Division. By the time I made colonel, there was only 2 of us left.
Oh, wow.
Me and one other lieutenant. We had only 2 left in the Army. I was a brigade commander. The other guy was on the Army staff at the Pentagon, and he was a colonel too, but he was not selected for command. And the other 36 officers all got out somewhere along the line. They didn't make it a career. And 17 of those were from West Point. So just because you go to one of the academies or you go, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to stay. And so throughout my career, you see, and the higher you rank you get, the smaller it gets. So by the time I made colonel, I knew almost, it's a very small percentage of people at that, especially when you become a commander. So you know so many of your peers that you see. But I would venture to say most people don't say they're going to be a careerist when they first join. I think it takes a while. I really started thinking about staying at about the 8 and 10 year mark.
Oh, okay.
That's about where, for me, I said, you know what? I think I'm going to make this a career. And then after that, I was just committed.
Right. So is there a better way to do it? Because, you went in right out of high school and then got out and went back in. Is there a benefit if you're, would you say or recommend a certain track to take?
I think every officer should be an enlisted soldier first to understand what soldiers go through, but that's not a requirement. I think it helped me because I correlated because I was a young soldier, so I dealt with young soldiers better. At least that's what the feedback I got was. A lot of times if you go to an academy and you come straight in as an officer, you might have lost that, and a lot of them don't. I'm not going to say that, I served with a lot of great West Point officers, don't get me wrong. But if you've been a soldier and you've been that private, you understand what it's like to live in the barracks. You understand to deal with day-to-day life. A little better than if you did your 4 years at West Point, you're coming in as a second lieutenant, and you have no idea what it was like for them to go through that private through specialist to sergeant rank. And I went all the way through staff sergeant, got out, and then came back in as an officer. So for that standpoint, I think that was helpful for me. For most young men and women, if you can get into the academy, I would tell you get into the academy if you can. West Point is an amazing place. I visited several times while I was brigade commander. It is. I would love to. I never thought about it because I was only committed to being infantryman in the 82nd Airborne Division because that was what my grandfather did. So, funny story. When I took the ASVAB, which is the entrance exam test for the Army, this guy gave me a sheet of paper, and it was like, I don't know, I qualified for like 50 some jobs. And I said, hey, I only care about one. He was reading to him. I said, stop. If I can't be an infantryman in the 82nd Airborne Division, then I'm walking out of here today. The guy's like, well, that's a bad choice. This guy happened to be a military officer. And he was like, you live in the woods, it's nasty. And I said, that's my choice. Either you give me a contract that says infantry 82nd, or I'm not signing up. And he was super happy to give me that. But that's where I was at. And so, other people are different. They like to do high-tech things. I just gave advice to a young man up in Wyoming, matter of fact, some friends of yours too, whose son's is actually going to join, and he's going to look at flying UAVs because he loves the game, and gamers do great as being UAV pilots. So,
Mhm.
and the Army has a big track for that with these unmanned vehicles, aerial vehicles. So, I mean, it really what is best for them. I wouldn't say one's better than the other. I would tell them, whatever path they need to go on is the best for them.
Very good. And I agree with that. And it's interesting that you pretty much knew what you wanted to do, and if you weren't going to get it, then you were going to take a different route. So
I was going to take a different route.
So to kind of wrap things up, what makes your service and sacrifice worth it? What about our country? What about your service? What is it that makes that worth it?
I think it's still to this day the camaraderie I have with the men and women I serve with.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this morning I was flying from San Antonio back home to Pittsburgh, and I get texted. I actually have my phone here. I'm talking to you on, and I was chatting with 3 to 4 sergeants who work for me who just all came out on the promotion list and were sending me a note thanking me for their mentorship that I gave them. Because they're all now making master sergeant and sergeant major. So it's that type of stuff. When I see that, the young officers who served with me, now they're exceeding and they're becoming either battalion or brigade commanders, or my enlisted soldiers who are now becoming first sergeants, master sergeants, and sergeants major.
Mm-hmm.
That's what really means something to me, because it shows the lineage that we built
Mm-hmm.
in the time we were together.
Absolutely. Well, we definitely thank you for, the legacy that you're leaving in our military, and, your service and sacrifice and what that's done for us who, didn't serve and haven't served. I know we all have our roles, and, some are to serve and some are not, but just wanted to make sure you understand how appreciative we are of your 29 years of service and of your time here today. Is there anything you would like to tell the participants as we wrap this up?
No, I would just like to tell them thanks for reaching out and taking care of vets. Anything you can do to help a vet is awesome. And, for me, I'm the same way. Whatever I can do, I don't care how I can do it. I literally on my way home from a wounded warrior hunt right now in Rock Springs, Texas. So anything you can do to support a vet, whether it's taking them, sitting down and talking to them, whether they were, Korean War, Vietnam vets, or Afghanistan, Iraq vets. It's just sitting down and talking to them and letting them know that somebody cares about them.
Absolutely. Well, Colonel Rich Menhart, we definitely thank you for your time today, and again for your 29 years of service. And thank you, and we hope you have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
What another remarkable interview. I hope that you, the viewer, were able to learn lots of lessons and a lot of cool stories. Again, we'd like to thank Colonel Rich Menhart for his service and taking time out of his day to conduct that interview. Special thank you to all the viewers who just joined or have been watching for a while. Special thanks to Kristen Campbell for conducting that interview and all of her help for this event. The next and final interview will be in 5 minutes, and I can assure you it is an interview that you don't want to miss.
Hello. Yeah.
If you just want to go ahead and start by introducing yourself, what you did, and what you do now, if that's fine, and then we'll get to the questions.
So I'm Beaver from number 15. I was a U.S. Army veteran from 2004. I joined in October 2004 and got out in April 2007. The lifer thing just wasn't for me, so I never re-upped, but I deployed from October 2006 to December of 2007, and then ETS in April 2008. And I was a Bradley Fighting Vehicle Systems Maintainer, 63 Mike, with the A3 identifier. We went through training for all the brand new versions of the Bradley at the time. I don't even know what they're on now, but yeah.
So if it's okay with you, we'll just go over some military and general stuff, and then we can get to some Bradley specific stuff if you wouldn't mind talking about that, because Bradley seems pretty cool. Alrighty, so first question is going to be, what inspired you to serve? Did you have anybody in the military previously, family members, or was it just an education or just something to do once you got out of high school?
Yeah, well, my grandpa was in the Navy toward the tail end of World War II, and my grandma was a Army recruiter. Shortly after World War II, like in late 40s, early 50s. My dad joined the Air Force, I think basically right out of high school, and ended up getting medically discharged for something with his knee. But not a lot of like lifelong people who did it, but just people who did serve. So when I was younger, I was bouncing around and didn't have a lot of discipline or anything. So I decided that I was just going to go ahead and join the military, and it was a pretty sure gig. You know, they teach you everything, give you what you need, and then they pay you for it. I decided to go full-time active because I had nothing really better to do, rather than doing like National Guard or anything like that, because I just might as well consume my time to do it. So
yeah, sure.
And then but I knew basically right after, like right when I got to basic, I knew day one, this isn't for me life wise, but I'll do this and
stick it out for the contract. So was it the first? Isn't it first enlist is usually 3-4 years, right? Or they go in cycles, or
it just depends on your MOS.
Gotcha.
Certain MOSs you can get, particularly if you're doing active time. You can get a contract for lower times, but either way, it doesn't matter. Like whether you go active or whether you go reserves or whether you go National Guard, in any type of service, anytime you sign a contract with the U.S. government, you have an 8-year mandatory service obligation, period. So you're technically in for 8 years one way or the other. Now, I did all of my time, rather than spreading it out over the course of 8 years, doing 2 weekends a month, 1 week a year thing, like the reserves of the National Guard. I just did all my time active up front. So I had my basic and AIT training time was scheduled for 6 months, and my actual contract was for 3 years. So 3 years and 6 months. So I went from October of 04 to April of 08, and that was my ETS date. And they never really had a compelling offer for reenlistment, even while I was deployed. So I might have re-upped for the right amount of money, but it was a deal where I kind of knew what I was going to do when I got out. I had an idea, and I knew that I didn't really want to make a career out of it. But I'm not saying there's anything wrong with making a career out of it. I just didn't personally want to make the career out of it.
Okay, yeah, that seems yeah, I mean, I've heard that seems to be a good story, is just to get up on your feet, hit the ground running if you aren't already. So whenever you joined, were you planning on being is there something you particularly wanted, infantry, mechanic, intelligence? Was there anything like that were you shooting for, or was just whatever the best option was, you were going to take it?
Well, I knew I wanted to be a mechanic. I wanted to get some, I was really into cars as a kid and stuff, so I wanted to be a mechanic. Wanted to go to school to be a mechanic and whatnot. And so picking a mechanic MOS in the military just seemed like the logical step, and then get out and use the GI Bill and stuff like that to go to college and become a mechanic and whatnot. Of course, later in life, I do that, and I discover that there's not a whole lot of money being made there. So yeah, unfortunately. So on to the next question. What would you consider to be the biggest sacrifice that comes with serving in the military? Your time. Single-handedly your time, especially if you're active duty. Like active duty, it seems like if you're going to sacrifice anything, it is your time, because it seems like it's a 9 to 5, right? It seems like it's your normal job. And and it is odd, because you do get a lot of time, quote unquote, off, but at the same time, you're on call 24/7, 365 while you're on, right? They call you and they say, hey, we need you here. You're going. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no, oh, but I'm on leave, or, oh, hey, I'm here, or whatever. And like they say, you show up here and you do it. Period. That's how it works. And that's how it should work. But it is, it's a sacrifice you have to make. So time wise is the big deal. You'd be thinking you're going to get off at 5 or something, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that still needs done in the motor pool. You're gearing up to deploy or something. You're staying there till 8, 9 o'clock at night. Sometimes you have guard duty or something. You have to sit in the motor pool overnight if need be, because there aren't locks or something, or you have to do a CQ duty at the barracks or something, or you have to sit there. CQ is 24 hours. You're there for a full 24 hours the whole time.
Wow.
And then you get a day off afterward, or that's at least that's how we ran it. That's how it ran at our unit. So we did a 24-hour shift, and then you get a full day off afterward. But for signing in and out of the barracks and whatnot. But
yeah.
It's just,
yeah. Time definitely
is what it is. It's the time thing. So,
for sure. Our next question is going to be, what advice would you give anyone who is considering to joining the military? Is there anything that you would do differently if you could, that you would give advice to other people?
Well, like I said, while I knew I wasn't going to be a lifer or whatever. I knew I wasn't going to re-up unless there was, the right amount of money or some incentive for me to do so. I don't regret my time in service. It was just, they taught me a lot of things that are extremely helpful, in everyday life and being, they're just, it's a benefit. It's a net benefit to you no matter how it goes down. So I would definitely say never discount the idea of serving in the military, but at the same time, I wouldn't say go looking directly for it. If that's what you're about, joining, I'm going to join the military and I'm going to serve in the military, then by all means, go for it. I'm not going to tell you, no, don't do it or anything like that. But, if it's something you're just kind of thinking about and you kind of half-heartedly looking into it, then, definitely make sure you're taking a hard look at everything. Talk to people, people who've been in, particularly people who are in, if you can, and, make your decision based on good information. Don't just jump into it right off the bat. If you're, not sure about it. I mean, if you're 100% sure, like I said, go for it. and then you can make it, you can make a further decision later. But it's not something that is a decision that you take lightly. You have to you really need to make sure that you're going to do this. This is what your plan is, and go for it.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. So piggybacking off of that, what would you say is the most rewarding part of your service? Anything that the military taught you, as far as, I guess, things that could help you with career paths or choosing civilian career paths or anything along that nature?
Discipline, time management, the ability to adapt and overcome situations. This is things that, these are basic principles that you'll learn in the Army real quick. In any military. It doesn't particularly matter if it's the Army, the Air Force, the Marines, whatever. You're going to learn discipline. You're going to learn how to adapt and overcome situations, and make the most of any given situation. So it's definitely like I said, it's definitely rewarding. Me personally, some of the stuff that I find, that's most important to me as far as that is just just knowing that I'm I'm part of a group of people who makes up less than 1% of the country. And that's a massive amount of people, but because of the country is so big, there's not a lot of people that do it. So yeah, it's a big, there's a big net benefit to your life regardless. You will learn. There is something for everybody. I did TC3 training, which is basically, it's not like a combat medic, right? There's an MOS for combat medic, but I went through TC3 training, which is basically like first responder stuff. So, in a medical situation where someone needs medical attention, I can provide that medical attention. I could even provide an IV if needed. I know how to do this stuff because this was stuff that was taught to me in the Army, and that's stuff that can apply anytime there's some sort of medical problem even in the real world. So,
yep, for sure. Yeah, it definitely seems there's definitely a lot to learn in the military, especially in just a short time or a long time. And so, I guess, or going to the opposite of that question, what was the most challenging part about your service? Was it time, or was it something else?
Yeah, it was definitely time for me. You're up at, before 6 o'clock in the morning. I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, and I don't know if people realize this, but Fort Hood, Texas is the largest military installation on the face of the planet. It's massive. Yeah. It is absolutely huge. As far as land mass is concerned, you take into account all the training area and stuff. It's the biggest military installation out there. And housing 2 divisions of Army units, not like brigades or whatever, 2 full divisions of Army unit on the base. If you live off base and you're trying to get on base in the morning for PT, along with, 300,000 other people who are all trying to get on base, you have to get up real early, and you got to get headed in real early if you're going to make it to PT on time. So, when I got married and moved off base, that was a big thing. And I'm not a morning person. So getting up in the morning for me was the problem. I have a problem where I don't wake up so easy, and I have a hard time falling asleep. So it's, that was probably the biggest personal challenge that I had. Now, some people don't have that problem at all. Some people are just naturally able to get up and do stuff. But yeah, that was probably the hardest thing for me personally to overcome, was to have to, force myself to get up every morning and get up and, make sure I'm shaved and make sure that I have all the right PT gear that we need for the morning and everything, and make sure that I'm there on time and whatnot, which is, that was something that I struggled with in my early life. And so it was a struggle throughout that, and making sure that I'm on time for everything. But, something that gets beat into you pretty quick.
Yeah.
Not literally, but
yeah, for sure. Yeah, that seems to be a common theme around is time and discipline and making sure everything's set because, it could, like you said, it could be 9 to 5 certain days, but other days, it's you only go home and you only come in whenever the job's done. So that job could, take one day, it could take multiple. So that definitely seems like a common theme. So our next question is, what is your hope for the future of our military and our country, being over in foreign soil and having experience there?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of opinions really about foreign policy. If we need to, if we need to go in and do something or whatever, then we need to go in and do it. And our guys are going to do it and we'll do it well. That's just the way, the U.S. Army operates and then the U.S. military operates. But I think that, people, like recently Trump, not to be political or anything, but recently Trump has been doing all these troop pullbacks, and I think that's probably a good thing. I don't know that everything that we were told going into Iraq or Afghanistan or anything was 100% accurate, obviously. So, we really probably should be getting out of there. Now, some people will say otherwise, but a lot of times, while I was over there, a lot of the people that we interacted with were happy that we were there and we were helping out. But at the same time, there were a lot of people that were fairly indifferent and just kind of wished we would just leave them alone. And I understand that. I can understand as an American. I can understand just leave us alone and let us do our thing. So there's a give and take and a cost benefit analysis that all have to be done and whatnot. And as far as that's concerned, we'll do what we have to do, but hopefully we don't have to go into any country. I don't want to have to go anywhere else, but you do what you got to do. So and you do what you're told.
Definitely. So now that we're done, that's about all for general military specific questions. So now, if it's okay with you, we're going to go and get into the Bradley, or I think the Bradley at some point morphed into the linebacker. So did you work on the M2 or M3 Bradley?
So I worked on the M2 and the M3 are essentially the same. The only difference is one's technically a cav and one's meant more for Cav Scouts, one's meant more for infantry base. It's more of like a troop transport. The only difference really is in the back. There's in the back of the Bradley, when you lower the ramp on the M2, you'll have a row of seating on the left-hand side for Cav Scouts. And then on the right-hand side, there'll just be additional storage for additional tow missiles and ammo and gear and stuff for the scouts. Whereas in the infantry base version, the M3 is going to have 2 rows of seating on either side. So it's more of a troop transport. With more of a troop transport with a turret rather than an actual vehicle with a
less of an anti-armor kind of.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I worked on both. I was in first Cav. So, but we had both versions. Depending, we only had so many of the M3s. We definitely had more of the M2s, but that was basically what I worked on the whole time.
Okay. So off of that, is there anything particularly interesting or surprising about the Bradley that really interested you at first? Anything that was particular challenge or that you thought was cool, at least compared to other armored vehicles in the Army?
As far as like why I picked it or something, not particularly. It wasn't like, it's not particularly impressive in any particular way, just looking at it or seeing what it does. I mean, it does some cool things. It's It's one of the few amphibious tanks that, or I shouldn't say tanks, but track vehicles that that we have. As it is able to technically float. There's like a, if you install on the side skirting, there's like a flotation system that you can activate. And so the thing can actually be buoyant and float. And the way that the tracks are designed, the track itself is built to be a paddle so that it can, not only can it obviously, roll around on the ground, but it can then paddle and move the vehicle in water. So it's truly amphibious. But other than that, not anything in particular drove me to the Bradley. But then when I got in and started, looking at some of the stuff, there's definitely some cool things that I found out about the Bradley. And then when we were introduced to the A3 Bradley, which was the much more updated version of the Bradley, when we first got into AIT, we were working on the A2 Bradley, which is much more analog, a lot more mechanical systems, and less electronic controller. Everything was much more rudimentary. But the A3s, once we were introduced to those, and we had all the cool electronic gadgets, the A3 has the commander's. We call it the tombstone, but it was basically just a sight mechanism that the commander could use independent of the turret to spot targets and things like that. So the A3 Bradley was definitely really cool once I saw that, and I wanted to get trained on the A3s particularly because in the basic just AIT, all we did was the A2s, which, like I said, was a lot more analog, a lot more mechanical. To put it bluntly, a lot more of a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Diagnostically speaking, even like the A3 Bradley, because it had so many. It was so much more updated. It actually had onboard diagnostic systems built in, so we could go in and we wouldn't even have to necessarily plug anything into it to try and figure out what's wrong. We could get indication. We could get code indications and fault codes from the Bradley itself.
Oh wow!
And then track it down from there. So diagnosing the thing was a lot easier and a lot faster.
Yeah, for sure. So in I guess, was there any point in time where the Bradleys had any issues with IEDs? Was that a common theme, or were they generally protected from IEDs? Because that seemed to be at least a big problem with Humvees at the time was, they weren't very protected, at least on the underside, from IEDs. So did Bradleys have a little bit more protection, or was there still smaller issues with IEDs and, RPGs and other light anti-tank stuff?
Well, RPGs weren't as big of a factor, especially for the Bradley, as we used what's called a reactive armor plating. It's on the outside of the Bradley, you have armor plating that goes across it, and then what mounted to the armor plating are these. They're like tracks that get mounted, basically. That carry these reactive armor plating, and what the reactive armor plating essentially is about a 6-inch thick by 8-inch wide by 10-inch tall C4 block that gets set off via heat and pressure. So if an RPG were to hit it, the heat and pressure from the RPG itself would actually detonate the reactive armor and then use that percussive force to propel any kind of projectile or shrapnel away from the vehicle itself.
Wow.
Because they were starting to use, we were getting reports they were using like Sabo, Sabo-like ammunition in RPGs where it would punch through the armor that way, and so the reactive armor was used as a deterrent from that. So the RPG would come in, it would contact that reactive armor, and that would detonate and take the Sabo and any additional shrapnel and just blow it away from the vehicle. And that worked really well. And we never had any guys that I'm aware of actually have any reactive armor detonated, but we'd heard reports of it, and everybody who had been hit by anything like that was fine. Our Bradleys went through when they went through Baghdad, had an extra, I want to say like an extra 1/4 inch thick armor plate attached to the front that bent around. It was like a flat plate on the bottom, and then it bent up to meet the angle of the hull coming up in the front. That was attached, but IEDs were a big problem all the way through. We had IEDs would get hit and knock road wheels off, break track. We had one that got hit, and this was my close call. We had one that got hit while it was sitting out in on a basically just holding guard. We had a post outside of our normal fob that we would rotate people out to, and they were sitting outside of that, basically holding guard. And then IED went off, and we got out there, and no one was hurt or anything, so everybody was fine. But it knocked a bunch of the reactive armor, the explosive force knocked a bunch of the reactive armor up and off the vehicle, and it even knocked this big armor plate on the front off the vehicle. So we had to pick all that stuff up, and it did something to the transmission. We had to tow the thing back. And so we get the thing all ready to get towed up. We're getting ready to move it, and there's this giant armor plate. We have to figure out what we're going to do with it. And I mean, the thing is dumb heavy. So it was like, we didn't want to mess around with trying to drag it over and like lift it and put it on the back of the 88 with a crane or anything. So we just chained it up to the back of the Bradley and just drug it along. Well, as we started doing that, it was basically digging into the ground. And as we moved maybe 20 feet, and everybody was like, stop. And they found a propane tank that was dug and buried in the ground that we were essentially sitting right on top of, and apparently never went off. And so our guys went out and did a controlled detonation on it, but we were sitting basically right on top of the thing. And that was my close call with an IED. But we had other guys that would get, that we had one that got hit, and it pushed the bottom of the hull, bent the whole thing up. And we're talking 8-10 inches thick of aluminum magnesium compound oil or compound armor, and it pushed it up and bent the whole like motor mount system and everything from the Bradley. And so the thing wasn't drivable forever until our FSR, our field service representative from BAE Systems, Clint, once he showed up on site, he actually built a fire. He took this whole thing, this whole Brad, basically jacked it up on road wheels, built this huge fire underneath the hull, and heated the hull up, and built this jig to mount to the top of the engine bay that he could push the hull down with. And he actually pushed this whole thing down. We got a whole new power pack and put everything in it and rebuilt this thing basically from completely blown up status to completely operational again, which was pretty cool. It took a while. That one was down for a long time, but and of course we did have one that got hit with like a double stacked anti-tank mine that literally just ripped through the armor of the back of the Bradley, and it did kill a guy. But so yeah, IEs were a problem. It was just, it wasn't as big an issue with the Bradleys as it was for things like the Humvees or the 113s. But it was still a problem, and we were actually a little worried because we were being replaced by a Stryker unit, and the Stryker's even more lightly armed than we are now. They're faster too, so there's something to that. But we were a little worried because our Bradleys were getting messed up pretty good.
Oh yeah, those are definitely some interesting and cool stories, to be fair, especially the one repairing that Bradley. So that was
Clint's no joke. This dude was a deep Southern guy. I mean, he had the thickest accent you ever heard. You couldn't understand him if he didn't have a dip in his mouth. Like, I mean, straight up, like redneck old boy. And this dude was no joke. Like, if you had to fix it, he could fix it. And he wasn't like one of those guys that it's just like all mechanical skill either. Like, it was electronics and stuff too. Like the A3s, he knew how to make those things work and how to read the diagnostic information to a level that no one could. I mean, it was insane. He was just He's the best, the best mechanic I've ever seen. The guy was awesome.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, that looks about at least all the time I have. So, do you have any closing remarks? Any comments to tournament participants or anything like that? Anything you would like to close out with?
Just good luck to any of the participants in the tournament. Remember any training you've received and make sure you employ that as best you can. And thanks for the interview, man. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. I mean, thank you for your time and thank you for your service. I definitely got a lot of cool stories out of this and a lot of interesting stuff. So I hope other people will do too. So again, thank you so much, man.
No problem. No problem.
And I'll see you later.
All right, take it easy, man.
All right. You too, man. See ya.
Yep, take it easy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last interview, and it certainly did not disappoint. It is very cool to hear all the stories about the Bradley and his experience in the military. With that, I would like to give thanks to all of our veterans who took time out of their day to be interviewed. We thank them dearly for their service because our country would not be what it is without people like them. Very special thanks to our Because of You I Can founder, Kristen Campbell. She played a pivotal role in organizing the interviews and the event. Thank you very much for the major role you played. Thanks to the DCS Tactical Air Command for helping me advertise and organize this tournament. Lastly, thanks to the viewers who turned in throughout the stream. The donation link to Because of You I Can will be in the description below. This stream will now be restarting with the interviews.